Madhushka and Chandimal, the batters that really didn't get a start. Karunaratne had a start, he looked good. Kusal Mendis was good, but it was a little bit too brief. Abrar Ahmed continues. Dhananjay De Silva has that slightly open stance. Does it mean that he's looking to play him a little bit more on the leg side?
Could be, or it could be that his front foot goes across the line and feels just a little bit uncomfortable with a side-on stance.
Yeah, lovely bowling.
Temperamentally very good, both these Sri Lankan batsmen. Been so impressed with how Matthews has progressed as a test player. It's just been phenomenal. He's gone through so many highs and lows, and yet he's stuck to it. And I think it's his experience that will come to Sri Lanka's rescue here. Knows how to absorb pressure, knows his game, so he may look just a little bit jittery at times against the short ball or pace, but he somehow knows how to survive that spell.
I think that's the key here. Surviving and the experience of both Matthews and Dhananjay. A quick single, could have been tight had that been picked up. The interception wasn't great. Just managed to sneak through for a single, but Sri Lanka will look for that. The quick singles, the rotation of strike.
Pakistan have fielded brilliantly so far. The slip catching has been outstanding. This was a very good try by Imamullah. He's a good mover.
Oh, lovely bowling.
Got to bring him on the front foot. I think he wants to stay on the back foot to read the spin or the leg and the off spin. Had that been collected, would have been tough for Matthews to get in time.
Yeah.
71 for 4. Let's look at the Pakistan bowling. 4 bowlers used. Aga, of course, is not a front-line bowler. 3 front-liners. Abrar Ahmed, the mystery spinner. The 2 seamers at the top. Shaheen Shah Afridi. Continuing, has 3 for 30. From round the wicket, a different angle for Angelo Matthews. He's got a leg slip in.
Interesting feel for Matthews, that leg slip fielder that you just mentioned. Just trying to find a reason why should he have him there, because it's not a nasty pitch where the ball is rearing off the length, and possibly for the short ball, or maybe he likes to flick the ball. I'm not too sure. I haven't really followed his batting chart that much, but does he flick a lot?
He does. He flicks a lot of his hips. But again, this is the era of artificial intelligence, isn't it? You talk of matchups and all that, so you'll find different reasons. Some of them, well, it's not very clear to the normal mind, but then that's the information you get. Work behind square leg, a couple of runs. You'll know exactly the areas of scoring, areas you're vulnerable. So all that information is available. Isn't it amazing when you consider the amount of information that teams and captains are privy to? See, my thing is, how do you use them? I mean, because it can be too much. You do not know which one to use. It can create confusion unless you're really smart as a captain. So too much of information can be also bad.
We were always told to keep things simple. Probably not anymore. There are much much in demand these days. The analysts.
Used to be one laptop. They got two or three now.
It used to be neck top. Was about these crucial overs for Pakistan. The first spell was outstanding. It looked fresh. It was
for 4. Interesting developments in the cricketing field. Well, we do know that there are lots of concerns about over rates and things like that, so ICC is continuing to keep their eyes and ears open. With the Test Championship on. Oh, this is lucky. This is really lucky. Where was Dhananjay aiming? He was aiming to try and go over mid-wicket. It took a top edge and flew over slips. How did that happen?
That usually happens, Roshan, when you're not reading the spin properly. So when in doubt, place the sweep, as they say. So just trying to hit it a little too hard was the leg spinner. You're better off hitting the ball straight rather than going across the line. He's very accurate, wicket to wicket generally abroad. So he'll be playing with fire if you miss one.
See, my point was, he attempted a sweep, it went up. How did it land behind the slip? I would have thought maybe go up straight, wicket-keeper slips catch, but it's for some reason, unless the strong wind just pushed it.
Yeah, lovely bowling.
It's because the way he bowls at a quicker pace. 83.4 kmph that last ball, so it ranges between 81 to 92. Almost becomes a kind of a medium pacer against the top edge. I'm just guessing.
More runs here. Might be a couple for Angelo Matthews. Just working it off his hips. The bowlers like this, the mystery bowlers, those with the speed, they would like a little bit of pace on the surface. When it starts to crumble, that's where it becomes uneven, that's where these guys can be deadly. Because batters will struggle to read, they will definitely not read them off the hand. Then reading it off the pitch is going to be a real challenge. Lanka has Mahesh Deekshanan. There's the white ball format. It's much slower. restriction in that qualifiers was deadly. Almost every game with Wanidu Hasaranga has made sure that Sri Lanka didn't let a team get past 200.
Yeah.
80 for 4.
For the loss of 4, Sri Lanka, and Babar Azam trying to rearrange the field, so we've got a new strategy in place, I think. Deep mid-wicket. Very strong presence of fielders on the leg side. Khan Afridi has made up his mind that he's going to bowl shorter length. In a jiffy, in an instance, the entire slip cordon has been removed.
This is what I mean by the information that sometimes captains get. Absolutely unorthodox. And he gets a boundary. Despite that field on the leg side, Dhananjay is able to thread it. And yes, it's not the paciest track, so he had time to play that shot.
It'll liven up the proceedings. Certainly this length in this kind of shot, what a good cricket shot, and what good cricket overall, because for me it's still a high, a pacer coming in, bowling a bouncer, and then batsman belting it for a 4 or a 6. Good wrist work, playing it down, extension of the arms, everything so right about that pull.
Galle, predominant leg side field, so the plan is to try and bang it short. Dhananjay De Silva has been in good touch in his last test match against Ireland. He didn't get 100, in fact against Pakistan. Apologies against Pakistan in 2022, made 109. That was the second test. That was against Sri Lanka, leveled the series. Last year there were some very good test matches that Sri Lanka played. Dhananjay De Silva would love that average to improve, to get about 40 if it could, but 900s and 1150s. They're continuing to bang it short with Angelo Matthews on strike. The field hasn't changed at all. Pakistan looking at a different strategy, Ramesh, as you said. They're not getting any movement off the track, so now they're going plan B, bang it short, see how the Sri Lankan batsmen cope with it.
No ball bowled by Shaheen Afridi, so that's the other thing. How will his body react to playing 5 days of cricket and bowling long spells after a break of almost a year from first-class cricket? Brought in wide and put away beautifully by the striker. He's in good touch. He knows his game. That's the other good thing about Angelo Matthews. So he'll bank on his strengths. He'll wait for the loose one and then cash in. And this was short and wide. Once again, trying that shorter length, but misfiring it, Shaheen Afridi. It's not a natural length for him, by the way. He's so good at pitching the ball up, shaping it away or bringing it back into the stump. So this will sound, or this will be kind of a new experience for him, even though he's played a lot of cricket. Bowling bouncers on a slow track can be a little bit tricky.
Now there is sanity in the field. The slips come back. The gully comes back. The field gets back to normal position. So, well, he's just confirming what you were saying. It's the length that he's going to adjust. He's be happier looking to pitch the ball up. That's more the length. But punched down the ground by Angelo Matthews. Well, again, you could see that it's losing, the surface is losing that lateral movement. The ball is obviously older, it's into this 26th over. But on the subject of wanting to change strategies, change tactics, Ramesh, if Shaheen Afridi, as you said, is more the bowler who would look to pitch it up, then what about Naseem Shah playing that role, running in, and he's a skiddy kind of fast bowler. Might be a little bit more difficult to handle, bowling that length.
But he's shorter in height, so I think if you want to go shorter in length, Shaheen Afridi is your guy. What a good shot that was from Angelo Matthews. Hardly seemed to have hit the ball. It's all timing. Again, nicely behind that one, back and across. He uses the crease so well, so when he's forward, he's not entirely forward, but he still puts in a good, decent bit of stride. And then when he's back and using the crease, so his feet are moving quite nicely. He needs a lot of G'ing up here, Shaheen Afridi. Can become a tough gig, the middle session here at Galle.
Nicely behind it, 92 for 4. Nice height to be watching cricket. Top of the ramparts. Partnership is gradually developing. 38 of 65. Sri Lanka has survived about 40 minutes after lunch. Abraham will continue. Short leg and a slip.
Now, Shani.
Doesn't look a big turner of the ball, Abraham Ahmed.
Banks on accuracy and then probably becomes more dangerous come day 4, day 5. Especially in subcontinent where the ball seems to grip a bit more for him and spins. He comes across as a bowler who doesn't like being hit for runs. So Sri Lankans must get that through to him that we are here to attack you. You bowl us anything which is less than impressive and we'll put you away.
More runs here. Just opening the face. It's the width that Dhananjay was working with. So ideally, I think Abra will be comfortable on a typical Galle pitch where it starts to grip and turn. That last ball was 90 Ks. He seems to be the type of bowler who likes to push the ball through, but on a pitch like this, you need a little bit more skill.
I mean, this is his first test match outside Pakistan. So it's kind of a learning curve for this young kid. He's got potential and is a refreshing inclusion in this lineup. Only 24 years old. But that is the best he can do, be as accurate as possible and hope that some magic is created off the surface of that good length, or a batsman misses a straighter ball. And he's good at getting leg befores and bowled.
Yeah, it's a really tough art to master. As you say, just 24 years. Fast forward the over. Yeah. It's the leg break. 94 for 4. Yes, he's very calm here in goal, not choppy. And here at Galle International Stadium, runs have started to flow for the Sri Lankan team. And the reason for that, Pakistani bowlers are frustrated, moving away from the plan, over-trying things, or different line lengths. And for me, from here on, the name of the game is be patient. Keep on bowling, nagging lengths. Force the batsman into making an error. There is no need to over-try things. As I welcome Tino, my friend, into the commentary box.
Thanks a lot, Amir Sahel. I think what you've just described is what people talk about, the war of attrition between batters and bowlers in the middle. It's an ideal start for the man who's got the ball in hand at the moment. But as you say, a period where the batsmen have shut shop, they've fought back, they've not allowed them to get through the defences, they've started to try and get the batsman out, look to do a little too much. That's what's presented opportunities for the two in the middle, just to start to push the ball around a little bit, find the gaps, get a boundary here and there.
There was a bit of motion available in the pitch before lunch. It has evaporated. Now the ball is coming onto the bat, and as a bowler, you have to rethink your plans. But the name of the game remains the same. Be intelligent as a bowler, be patient, keep on pitching the ball in the right areas. Oh, that's nicely hit, nicely timed. He has started to grow in confidence. Angelo Matthews on the signs for the Pakistani bowlers.
Now, this is what we're talking about. Looking to try and get a wicket, come around the wicket, trying something new. Let me pitch it up. See if he'll play the drive, maybe give an opportunity to the man who's catching in front of him. Too full. There's a beautiful on drive. Counter attacks. Angelo Matthews.
And another one. 100 on the board.
Well, if the shot before this was a top cricketing shot, this one is even better. Very similar delivery. The last moment just closed the face. Whip the wrist so that the ball can go wide of the stumps on the onside. He's starting to look really good, Angelo Matthews.
And how well he has used the angle on both occasions. Left armour bowling round the stumps. To hit the ball in the right area to be able to pick up 8 runs. Employing his experience, Angelo Matthews. Have a look. Just using the angle so nicely.
And he's definitely grown in confidence. I think what it will do to the other batsmen that are sitting in the change room is allow them to realize that if you give yourself an opportunity, and chances to score in the middle are there. Babar Azam goes to a straight catcher on the onside.
End of the over. 28 completed, 1 or 2 for 4. Promising partnership so far of 48. Looking to resurrect these two batters, employing their experience. Started to look good now. Better delivery from the leg spinner. Lower in pace.
Maybe it's time for Naseem Shah limbering up.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see him warming up, and won't be surprised to see him coming to the attack at this stage. Pakistan coming out of the luncheon break would have expected that they probably would have got another couple of wickets by now, one at least. What they wouldn't have expected is the number of runs that have been scored and how quickly they've been scored by the Sri Lankan pair. They're desperate to try and knock one of these out as soon as possible.
And for that, they need to be patient. They need to be bowling according to the demand of the pitch. From a spinner, bowling in a test match, especially in the first innings, is an art and test of your intelligence and experience.
And without causing too many problems, which you don't expect him to do, bowling before lunch on day one and a few overs he's bowled after. 6.4 overs have gone for just 14. Very good in the areas that he's bowled to make sure that the batters have had to play.
Yeah, lovely bowling. Acha.
Yeah, he has to decipher a right plan for each batsman. Abrar, we all know that Dhananjaya likes to stay inside the line of the delivery. He likes to bat from the leg stump. He likes hitting the ball to offside. Googlies, maybe the order of the day. It's wonderful for 4. The ship has been steadied by these 2 batsmen. You see in the picture, Dhananjaya De Silva along with Angelo Matthews doing a fine job of resurrection.
Talk about a fine job. What they need to realize is that this man is back into the attack. And it's going to have to be another period of hard work. 1 for 33 in his 9 overs, but he's bowled quick. Good areas, created a few opportunities that went through the cordon. Bowled a couple of really good bounces early on as well. So, yes, they've done a wonderful repair job since the luncheon break. They need to realize that they'll have to buckle down again, make sure that they keep this man in a burst of probably 4 or 5 overs away from that wickets column.
On the money straight away in the seam shot. Didn't try to bowl that one really fast. That was nicely bowled, loading the batsman into driving the ball. With a great result. A bit of seam movement at the last moment from the seam shot. Was the reason for Chandimal's dismissal.
You talk about sea movement, that delivery that dismissed Chandimal. And apart from the wicket of the left-hander, Dimuth Karunaratne down the leg side, there's been a bit of sea movement in all of those other 3 deliveries that have been caught behind. It's quite a strong breeze across the ground. Are you surprised at probably the lack of movement and swing in the air as opposed to off the pitch?
Swing in the air is associated with the seam bowlers, not the real fast bowler. Both these bowlers in the Pakistan lineup really bend their back. They like to bowl fast. That's why we didn't see any movement in the air. There was some movement off the surface because there was some moisture present in this pitch, and they were rewarded for bowling well. Yeah, he has bowled expressly without any doubt, and at times he just aimed to pitch the ball in the right areas. That's why the speed wasn't there beyond 140. He started this over quite conservatively in the same shot. Lots of tourists in the island enjoying their cricket. They like to come to Galle Stadium, don't they?
What a wonderful place to be able to watch test match cricket.
That shot was indicative of the fact how nicely the ball is coming onto the bat now as opposed to pre-lunch session.
And he's just sat back, hasn't he? We talked about the pace that he's bowling at, so he doesn't have to try and force the ball away. It's a case of timing. And he's just waited for that ball and hit it right under his eyes. Outfield's good, supports good cricketing strokes like that.
At the start of the innings, he looked edgy when he was trying to play the ball early. But now he's allowing the ball to come close to him and just push the ball into the guards. It's cricket score freely Angelo Matthews. And the Pakistan bowlers have to do their last shot here, indicative of the fact how really nicely the ball is coming onto the bat now as opposed to pre-lunch session.
Just sat back,
it's one away
about the pace that he's bowling, so he doesn't have to try and force the ball away. It's a case of timing. And he's just waited for that ball and hit it right under his eyes. Outfield's good, supports good cricketing strokes like that.
At the start of the innings, he looked edgy Angelo Matthews. He was trying to play the ball early, but now he's allowing the ball to come close to him and their lines from here on. Really have to concentrate hard. It was hard work for top order batsmen, but these two batters, they have started to look good. Already featured in the partnership. It's 154 from 89 deliveries, and after lunch they have managed to score close to 4 runs and over, which is good. Very good. Change in the bowling. Left armour has been introduced. Noman Ali is a veteran bowler, bowls cleverly, knows his limitations, knows how to bowl in the first innings of the test matches.
He's done this job for a very long time, very steady.
It was hard work for top-order batsmen, but these two batters, they have started to look good. Already featured in a partnership.
Lovely start, Nomi.
Finding the right length from the word go, the left armour. And tempting the batsman into driving through offside. Important passage of play for both the sides. Slightly quicker. Change the trajectory as well. Noman Ali. No turn as yet for the left armour. To be able to get a bit of turn, he really has to flight the ball.
He's got the long off back straight away with Dhananjaya De Silva, and you were talking a couple of overs ago that he likes to stay inside the line of the ball.
bowlers, the umpire just warning him about making sure that he stays away from that red area, which is the protected area on the pitch.
As an umpire, you need to be vigilant, because fourth innings, third or fourth innings, hit at ball, not easy for the batters.
I must say, it's a very good call from the umpire, because he's just got his foot into that danger area. And of course, he doesn't have the markings like we do, or a mat like you can see on a replay like that. So it's a good call.
And so far, it has been a good over. Not the right length, not the right line. And the left arm anomaly has been penalized. Boundary of the last delivery of the over. It's 114 for 4. Five bowlers used by the Pakistani captain Babar Azam so far in this innings on 31 overs. Only two bowlers had the choice, Shaheen Shah Afridi and Naseem Shah. Into his second spell. Oh, what a delivery, cutting the batsman into half. He thinks there was bat involved.
Safraz Ahmed from behind the stumps, in his reaction says, I don't think there was bat involved. What a delivery though. Babar Azam is not convinced. And they decide not to go up for the review.
A substantial amount of movement from Naseem Shah on that occasion. That surprised the batsman. Very lucky the ball didn't go on to hit the bails. A good delivery. Almost settled the batsman, didn't it? A good follow-up delivery. The first one was in-swinger, and this one. The batsman outside the off stump and shake the ball away.
Yeah, it's good skills. That's the previous delivery to the last one. Huge deviation off the surface. Ultra edge, just confirming that the ball's brushed the back leg. So, well worth not taking the review. An opportunity there. Just wonder if he was just sitting back in the crease a little bit. Angela Matthews. Beautiful pictures of the city of Galle. So much hustle and bustle. It's an easy coastline, wonderful beaches, the fortress itself.
That's a good single. And both the batters showing a lot of understanding there. Just a mere contact of the eyes and of the rent.
अगर आप कोच आजकल बहुत कुछ हो जाता है आपको आजकल मेरा की जो जनरेशन है बहुत कुछ कर
It's an old folk city. It has everything, caters for every faith. Here's the temple. I'm very fortunate I had the opportunity to go and offer a praise in that old mosque here at Balfort. Shah is on the money in his second spell, asking a lot of questions from the batters, bowling with a lot of control. Naseem Shah.
That's what I want to say though, by the way, is the fact that you've got to stick at it, never give up.
End of the over, 115 for 4.
Information on this game, 5-minute delay, no surprise really. So that'll be coming up in 17 minutes time here. And well, you take a look at this scorecard. By the way, once again, like the Bronze Finals from a couple of days ago, 5 penalty runs coming back from all the fielding side.
Yeah, it makes all the difference, doesn't it? I mean, you've got your discipline is important. You know, yeah, you've got to back, yeah.
Gold train station. Another of the many beautiful sights here in Galle. I've got a question for you here. Oman Ali, just into a second over, but from ball number 1, he already had that long offset back. Was this not a situation where you want to...
मान लिया आपकी बात को और स्कोर है 116 4 के नुकसान पे। अब बॉलिंग के सिलसिले को अब कंटिन्यू रखते हुए यहाँ पर नो मैन एक फील्डर स्लिप पर है, एक फील्डर शॉर्ट सिली मिड ऑफ की पोजीशन पर मौजूद, बैकफुट पर रहते हुए स्किन को खेल दिया है ऑफ साइड में, कोई भी रन लेने का मौका मौजूद नहीं है डॉट के साथ। अब स्कोर है 116 4 के नुकसान पे। सरोया भाई बोलते हुए आप भी पबजी की लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग शुरू कर दो भाई, हमें किसी चीज़ की ज़रूरत नहीं है तो इसलिए हम नहीं खेलेंगे पबजी। तो ये वाला सेशन जो है वो अब आधा होने वाला है। 32 ओवर्स और 3 गेंदों का खेल अभी तक पूरा हो चुका है। आज के इस दिन के अंदर 57 ओवर्स का खेल अभी होना है, बाकी देखते हैं कि कितने ओवर्स का खेल हो पाएगा। और के लिए गेंद ऑन पैच, ये गेंद जिसे खेलते हुए स्क्वायर लेग एरिया में एक रन को पूरा कर लिया है और दूसरे के लिए भी दौड़ते हुए ये दोनों ही प्लेयर्स वापस बहुत ही उम्दा रनिंग बिटवीन विकेट्स करते हुए 2 रन के इजाफे के साथ स्कोर 118 है 4 के नुकसान पे 32 ओवर्स और 4 गेंदों के बाद। सो 118 फॉर द लॉस ऑफ 4 विकेट्स। 32 ओवर्स और 4 गेंदों का खेल अब हो चुका है पूरा। यहाँ पर नुमान जिनके ओवर की अगली गेंद, इस गेंद को बैकफुट पर जाकर कट कर दिया है एक और चौके के लिए। जब जब ऐसी बॉलिंग करवाएंगे तो ये ही हाल होने वाला है। कट किया इस गेंद को और कट करते हुए दे रहा है चौका जो किसी से नहीं गया है रोका, और इस चौके की मदद से अब टीम श्रीलंका 122 पर जाते हुए बिना किसी दिक्कत के जो है वो धनंजय डी सिल्वा अपनी टीम को आगे लेकर बढ़ते हुए। नुमान अपने आप से काफ़ी ज़्यादा नाखुश दिखाई देते हुए और देना बनता भी है। इज लीकिंग सम रन्स हियर। यहाँ पर उनके ओवर की रहेगी अब आखिरी गेंद। बॉलर एक बार फिर से आए, गेंद क्या कदमों का सहारा लेकर बड़ा शॉट लगाने की कोशिश, इस गेंद को मिड विकेट के एरिया में उठाया उन्होंने। मिड विकेट की पोजीशन पर फील्डर अब मौजूद हैं जिन्होंने इस गेंद को फील्ड करते हुए किया है वापस डॉट के साथ। स्कोर है अब 122 4 के नुकसान पे। तो एक अच्छा ओवर रहा है ये टीम जो है वो दोस्तों यहाँ पर श्रीलंका के लिए कुल मिलाकर 7 रन आए इस ओवर के अंदर। दैट्स अ लवली ओवर। 122 फॉर द लॉस ऑफ 4 विकेट्स। 33 का खेल जो कि अब हो चुका है पूरा। धनंजय डी सिल्वा 34 के स्कोर पर अब मौजूद। 56 गेंदों का किया उन्होंने सामना। एंजेलो मैथ्यूज़ की अगर बात की जाए तो 41 के स्कोर पर जिन्होंने 71 गेंदों का किया सामना। यहाँ पर मैथ्यूज़ अब अपनी हाफ सेंचुरी के हैं बिल्कुल पास, 9 रन की दूरी पर हैं वो अपनी हाफ सेंचुरी से। लेट्स सी कि वो आसानी के साथ अपने इस माइलस्टोन को जो है वो अब पूरा कर पाएंगे या नहीं कर पाएंगे, ये चीज़ अब देखने लायक होगी। राइट आर्म ओवर द विकेट अगेन, दिस ओवर खेली गेंद को डाउन द ग्राउंड हिट किया है और डाउन द ग्राउंड हिट
check is that front foot didn't quite get as close to the pitch of the ball as it could have. That was better. And that's why a better result for the batter.
And that's why a better result for the batter.
Much better, a lot more confidence.
Yeah, they've enjoyed that, the crowd.
And purpose in that stroke from Angelo Matthews.
And he thrust the ball from the off stump to be able to hit the ball straight. Any other batsman would look to hit the ball through extra cover. That's where he makes the difference. Angelo Matthews.
Any other batsman look to hit the ball through extra cover.
He was well in control of that pull shot.
Angelo Matthews
inching close to yet another 15 test match cricket. Angelo Matthews.
He likes batting here, Red. Ball, Angelo Matthews, 100 not outs in his last innings here in the second test against Ireland.
He likes batting here, Red.
Averages above 46, a couple of hundreds to go. 13 half centuries in his career.
Above 46, a couple of hundreds to go. 13 half centuries in his career.
Both these batters, they are making batting look very easy now. It wasn't the case before lunch.
73, the partnership in 111 balls. They won't mind how long it takes. Once again, just approaching the drinks break. Also after lunch. Also just got to be wary that it's danger time. How often we see wickets falling after a break of play. We saw that as soon as we came back from the rain delay this morning.
After a break of play, we saw that as soon as we came back from
Pakistani fast bowlers really enjoyed bowling on this surface. Like getting the ball to do something, making it difficult for the batters. They were rewarded, but after lunch, it has been difficult for the Pakistani bowlers. 34 overs completed, 127 for 4 on the board, and it's time for the players to get hydrated.
Hello and welcome back. Sri Lanka in a lot better shape now, 1-2-7 for the loss of 4. Matthews showing why he's such a valuable asset to this playing 11, using his prowess as a batter and also his experience doing well for him. It's been a good partnership, both temperamentally very strong batters. 73 of 113 balls have been tested a couple of times with the short ball, and both times the strikers have been on top of the game. Tougher session for Pakistani pacers and spinners as well. Conditions have improved for batting. Sun is out. It's looking pristine once again. And this has been a critical partnership for Sri Lanka. Shine Shah Apri, the outstanding 3 for 56. Naseem Shah has been very good with his outswingers, both different in heights and different in lengths, and so it has been a tester for the Sri Lankan batsmen, but they've not really succumbed to more losses in this session. Right, Nomanali will continue to bowl. He's your run-of-the-mill left-arm spinner. Someone has to develop maybe a little bit more spin or develop the straighter ball, Russell. What Ranganaharath used to do here, he was outstanding with his variations, and the ball straightening off a turning surface was his go-to delivery and got him so much of success.
Good afternoon, Ramesh. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, the understanding of what the pitch can do for you too, the natural variation.
Yeah, shabash.
Sometimes captains like a bit of control. Someone who just dots it up, just keeps it simple. Maybe that's what's expected once you have somewhat a mystery spinner in Abraham to back up the faster bowlers. Pakistan missed a trick though after lunch. The faster bowlers opted to go shorter rather than fuller. The first spell was very full. There was doubt in the footwork.
I mean, I don't really disagree with what Babar was trying to do after lunch.
Yeah.
Because you've got to make it happen. I think he must have gotten a feedback from the pacers saying that not a lot is happening sideways, so might as well try a different line in strategy. I think shorter ball to Matthews was not a bad ploy. But the pitch has got nothing to offer to that length. And you've got to keep on trying though. I'd like that long off to come in, save a single, let him try to hit the ball over his head.
Yeah, you're right. Matthews tends to hop around. He looks uncomfortable, and for most periods his footwork also seems all over the place, but it's amazing how much control he has with those hands. Knowledge to score runs.
In his own style. Yeah, has been very impressive because he absorbed the pressure of those follow wickets. It was a difficult time for him to enter the arena and he's looked calm. Very good with his movement against spin, goes deep back in the crease when he's playing off the back foot, and so it's wristy as well.
Yeah, lovely ball.
Plays it with soft hands, and it's 1-7 for 4.
Good shot.
Colourful boat, eye-catching.
Guiding it to calmer waters is Matthews and Dhananjay Silva. Elder statesman, experience, and that boat kind of reflects that.
Very poetic, Rusty.
Geez, he's been good, Dhananjay Silva. Quick turnaround. He's one of those who was in Zimbabwe and got into the island after the Pakistanis did. Tuesday evening is when the team came back. Needed a ally, Angelo Matthews, who has done a wonderful job at the other end.
Pakistan would also understand that they are probably a wicket away from getting Sri Lanka uptight once again. Brown would be looking to vary his pace. He's generally been quick through the air, but a flighted ball every now and then can help him to develop a different strategy. He's a very much front-on bowler, not exactly your side-on leg spinner. Wears glasses. I don't know any other cricketer wearing glasses.
Vettori?
No, currently playing.
Oh, lovely.
Yes. Not many across, I would think. Contact lenses. There's fashionable, different colors.
Clearly stands out. Imamul Haq is made here, of course.
Got darker ones on. Surely they're not sharing one pair, are they?
Yeah, you see, that's the problem. So you want to build pressure by bowling to one batsman. I think he's got to come in, and that's what Babar Azam is asking Abrar. Have him in. Have that fielder in at mid-off.
Got another name for you, Todd Murphy? He was the spinner for Australia.
Offie, yes. It must be tough wearing glasses and bowling. 1-8 for 4. Shine, 1 to Naseem. What next for Pakistan? What next for Sri Lanka? Sri Lanka obviously want this partnership to continue to roll. Pakistan would want a wicket. They're looking for that breakthrough so that they can get into the later half of the innings.
What next for Pakistan? What next for Sri Lanka? Sri Lanka obviously want this partnership to continue to roll. Pakistan.
'Ideally, when you win the toss and bat in the situation or in conditions like this, you want to bat 4-5 sessions. That will not only give you runs but also give the opportunity for the pitch to wear down. You bat just 3 sessions or a little bit more, the opposition comes in to bat with the pitch still in a good condition. So you lose that advantage. You get the opportunity to eat away at the score that you've made. So in terms of numbers, that score is around 350 in the first innings. You actually gain the advantage in terms of time, in terms of conditions and runs on the board.
The surface is still pretty firm, but I'm sure the follow-through of Shaheen Shafridi would get Babar Azam interested in introducing a bit of off-spin. Both right-handers at the crease, so not bad really to get Salman Ali Agha in for a couple of more overs. He just bowled one, and then he was removed from the attack.
Shabash, 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 shabash. Watch it, Nomi.
We had a similar scenario exactly 1 year ago. 16th of July is when that test match started too. Pakistan lost the toss, had to field first. Bowled Sri Lanka out in the first day. 224.
We had a similar scenario exactly 1 year ago. 16th of July is when that test match started too.
They were in the game. They didn't allow Sri Lanka to gain an upper hand.
Bowled Sri Lanka out in the first day.
Went on to win that test match.
Abdullah Shafiq scored 160 not out in that magnificent run chase. Plays it well off the back foot using his wrist. Doesn't get a single. It's 129 for 4. The test match that Rabbitholebd was talking about. 2-2-2, 280. It was pretty even Stevens after first innings. That's well shot by Imam. And then the action started to happen in the second innings. Sri Lanka with a mammoth comeback with a 337, and look at what Pakistan achieved. It was a record run chase, by the way, here at Galle, winning it by 4 wickets.
Yeah, it was neck and neck with no team getting away from the other. And that's what you expect in a test match, to stay in the game. Record run chases. Pakistan have done that twice in Sri Lanka. I think they chased down 370. They have the highest chase as well. And it's not easy in spinning conditions, that 4th innings.
Nice shot, beautifully hit for 6. Lovely backswing and hitting it so crisply.
Really, really well played. Good use of the feet, went leg side. Babar Azam had brought that mid-off in, which is a positive move from a captain. And Dhananjay De Silva taking that out of leg stump and hitting it over the top. This is good cricket. Dangling the carrot, Dhananjay winning this particular battle. Not the war yet though.
Dangling the carrot and eating it all. It's a lovely inside out 6. 1, 2, 3, bang. Beautiful footwork, and then just lifting the ball ever so effortlessly. Lot to smile about. That really was an ace. from him. Plays the ball late as well, so that goes to his credit also. He's on top of what is coming out of the hand of the bowler. He's reading him off the hand.
Plate. When Sri Lanka under pressure, Dhananjay De Silva seems to be the man standing up, playing his best cricket, his best knocks, when he really needs, when the team really needs him to. 135 for 4.
Guiding Sri Lanka to shores of safety, 81-run partnership. The scorecard looking just a little bit decent now for the Sri Lankans. Basing their partnership on the back of great temperament, skill, living in the moment, not worried about what can happen, what has happened. I don't know whether Pakistan are looking for a period of dots where they soften the blow of this partnership. Look to bowl just steady stuff and not worry about getting a wicket, or pick up a wicket as a reason of being steady.
Watching a lot of test cricket here in Galle, you've always noticed the game ebbs and flows. The moment the ball gets softer, it doesn't zip through. It's now 39 overs old. And when it doesn't zip through, the options for the bowlers tend to reduce, and it becomes a bit of a waiting game. You're waiting for the batter to make a mistake. That passage, it's most important that you don't leak too many runs and let the opposition score too quickly. It just appears Babar Azam is in that mode at the moment.
Yeah, it's also called trench mentality, where you sit in and wait for things to happen and just go steady. Not look for heroics, not look for something extraordinary to happen. You give in to the brilliance of the opponents and sit in, wait for them to make a mistake. Archaic tactics, probably, in this day and age. But requires a different kind of temperament. That is such a nice shot. That really is psychedelic. Boats painted in different colors.
They've all come to a standstill.
Is there a special time for fishing? Afternoon, mornings?
They tend to go out in the evenings. Overnight, stay out there. It's generally early in the mornings that the nets and the boats are hauled in. 6:30, quite busy along this coastline. Fresh fish. Best time to get in.
Are just next to the ground.
Oh yes,
Good thing about that is that there'll be no challans, no tickets given to the boats or the guys who ride the boats. 136 for 4.
Now we have 1 plus. Ambre, 1 up. 1 up. Shabash, shabash. After this over 1 minute up.
This is the prettiest part of Galle. Indian Ocean. We touched forward in a lovely cricket field. Boating bonanza.
See on 3 sides, really.
It's just a little bit casual, probably for the first time against spin. Matthews losing the shape.
Well, you do have to admire Angelo Matthews. Struggled a lot with injuries. He was an all-rounder. Now just plays as a batter. Had a bit of a setback when he was left out of the team for the qualifiers, which was held recently. But playing first-class cricket back at home showed his greed for runs, determination, 3 consecutive first-class hundreds leading up to the test match. So in a rich vein of form for the Coles Cricket Club. Still battling on. Amazing.
Yeah, he attempted wrong, and it's a nice delivery. Didn't spin a lot, but it was enough to trouble Matthews. So that's his third variety of brass. So he can bowl a leggy, an offie, and then he can bowl a topper, oblique, Arangan.
But Angelo Matthews did not pick it because he was trying the same shot Dhananjay De Silva played in the previous over.
For Angelo Matthews, sorry, on 49. Stately and a very calm motion from a distance at least.
Calmness would also indicate that the clouds are going to be staying away. Gave us an hour and a half almost of a rain break in the first session. Now it's a beautiful afternoon here in Galle. Lanka slowly fighting back. 140 for 4. Somewhat of a long tail, that's what Sri Lanka have. Adira Samaravikram is next, and then there's Ramesh Mendes and Prabhat Jayasuriya. The run's got to be made here.
These dot balls are kind of out of fashion these days in Test cricket. So the idea is to make inroads when you're settled in seeing the ball well. But to change gear and look to alter your batting DNA takes a little bit of time. Much better option. Would dearly want that long off to come in. Leaking easy singles, rotation of strike is what Sri Lankans are looking at this stage, and they've been given it on a platter.
Yes, just what they need. To wear Pakistan down, to just keep accumulating their runs. Mid-off in the circle or up on the one. There was almost a miss hit in the previous over from Matthews. Might concede a boundary or two, but it's the wicket you're after.
Easily done, takes a run and gets a 50. Beautifully crafted innings, didn't really have to sweat it a great deal. a champion batsman under pressure and has always seemed to have delivered for the Sri Lankans. In a tough situation, you get a tough cookie like Angelo Matthews and he's there.
All the experience being put to good use. Torrid time before lunch. Absorb the pressure. Runs keep coming off. Angelo Matthews is back. 39-50. 8 versus Pakistan. He knows there's a lot more to do. This innings can change very fast with only Sadira Samaravikrama, top-notch player, to come. He knows got to go and make his 4th consecutive first-class 100. 4 games to get Sri Lanka on a good footing, and hence the muted celebration.
For the loss of 4.
Well, there is a great recovery from Sri Lankan point of view. 142 for 4. Angelo Matthews has been the go-to man for Sri Lanka. Started off with a bit of anxiety against the fast bowlers, but then he settled in quite nicely, particularly after lunch. Pakistan preferring to bowl spin at him. Matthews started to enjoy himself and then gradually expanded his strokes. There you are. That's where he's got his runs. He's virtually got 360. Not to every part, but then he's got runs right round the pitch. And a fair distribution as to where those runs have come from. 88 runs partnership. Aranja de Silva. He's on 45. Matthews just gets his 50. Hello, Tino.
Good afternoon, Roshan. What a wonderful place to be able to play and watch international test cricket from. What a wonderful recovery it's been between these two. Partnership now 88.
We discussed this earlier with Ramesh Raja, because I'm just wondering whether Pakistan has actually got their bowling mix wrong. When you really look at Pakistan bowling, you see that obviously their strength is seen of fast bowling. The spinners are inexperienced, and I'm not sure whether Pakistan has the backup pace power here. You use 2 fast bowlers, you throw them in. You saw Shaheen Shah Afridi running in, bending his back, pulling long spells, but who's going to come and replace him? That to me appears to be a challenge, because the pressure is not maintained. The spinners haven't still made an impression. So that has allowed Sri Lanka to somewhat get out of jail with this partnership.
I think, as you know, Gaul and the pitch itself, I think if you listen to the pitch report this morning by Ramesh Raja, he spoke about it will turn, but it'll turn later. Day 4, day 5, and that's probably why they've gone with this pick, Pakistan. You won't expect the ball to do too much in terms of extra bounce, maybe keeping low, or turn itself on day 1. expect that the spin bowlers will do more of a job and be more effective day 3, day 4, day 5.
When Pakistan started, the two fast bowlers are relentless. They were at you all the time. So that was the time they needed a backup. Someone needs a break. So then you get the third seamer coming on and really continuing that pressure, the heat. Well, they had a reprieve because of the weather. But then beyond that kind of pressure hasn't been maintained. At least that's what I see. The spinners have tried hard. They've been honest. But so far, they haven't looked like getting it. 143 for 4. .43 for 4. And that's, I think, inside of the golf fort. It's a mini city, so much of shopping, shops, residences. The spin continues. This is Pakistan's problem. They've got two spinners, they got two fast bowlers, and now they got not a frontline spinner, Noman Ali, but he hasn't really looked the type of bowler who can threaten you.
Yeah, on a pitch like this, on day one, that hasn't started to wear, that hasn't started to tire, that hasn't dried up, it'll be very difficult for Noman Ali to be effective. But as the test match progresses, surface starts to dry up, there'll be a few more scuff marks, and you can expect him to be one who can produce a delivery that can get you wickets.
Catch it is the call, but I don't think they're going to catch it. It's gone all the way for 6. And that's the half century for Dhananjay De Silva. And the 150 is up as well. He's 1250 and he's first versus Pakistan. And don't forget, he's got 200s against Pakistan. So he's enjoying this Pakistan bowling. And what a partnership it's turning out to be here, Tino. 96 runs. They've still not got Sri Lanka out of jail, but they've got somewhere.
That's well played. Just the use of the feet getting to the pitch of the ball, and he knows that there's no danger of the ball turning past his outside edge.
Yeah, this is good batting. And look how far he goes. Even before he used his feet, really went down the pitch. Not afraid to use the feet. Here on a pitch, it's not turning, so there is no immediate danger. And the second thing, oh goodness, I said it's not turning. It bounced as well.
Well, that's what you can expect the odd delivery to do that on day one, Roshan, but you won't find that throughout the day. A couple of balls ago, I was about to say it would be criminal and take nothing away from the Pakistan bowlers for these batsmen to get out to the spinner, unless it's a delivery like that, pitching on leg, hitting the top of off. Otherwise, there really hasn't been much of a threat.
150 for 4. Well, it's a very pretty sight, isn't it, Tino? I know you don't have this luxury in Zimbabwe. When I say luxury, I know you're landlocked. Beaches are a luxury for you, but Sri Lanka is blessed. Being an island with some beautiful beaches, the Indian Ocean around us. He'll enjoy off spinners. Angelo Matthews, he loves off spinners. Not that he doesn't like the other spinners, but he loves to go over the top. Long on, mid wicket tends to be his strong areas. Aga Salman just tossing it up. He's got a man at short leg, also at slip.
I really hope that these two at the crease enjoy themselves. Now, of course, they've got a partnership of 97, half a century each. They have enjoyed themselves. But what I mean is they realize how difficult it was for them when they came out this morning, how difficult the Pakistan seamers made it for them, and how they've had to work to be in a position where they've got two spinners operating at the same time, fielders spread. So they must take advantage of this, enjoy the fruits of their hard work.
I know it's easy in hindsight to comment, but start of the middle session, Pakistan started with spin and Sri Lanka would have loved it on a pitch that's not turning or not really assisting the spinners too much. I love the batters to get in. I love that little bit of freedom they wanted. I would have expected at least one of the fast bowlers come in at least from one end, create that pressure. But then we keep going back to the fact that Pakistan is a fast bowler short. I think we've stated that. Don't need to emphasize it. But I'm saying that bringing on the spinners at the beginning of that session, I thought played exactly into the hands of Sri Lankan batters, because they enjoyed it.
Half a chance, maybe.
That's how the sessions have panned out. The first session was shortened, let's not forget, because of the rain, but it was extended. It was a very good session for Pakistan. And to even things out, Sri Lanka had to win the next session. So far, so good. They haven't lost a wicket. So Noman continues. There goes the slog sweep. Very safe shot. Now he's starting to pick his spots. That's another 6. Dhananjay Silva is usually not the type of player who looks for sixes. The 100-run partnership. But he's hit 3 of them now.
No, I don't even think he's looking for 6 here. It's just a good cricket shot. And what I like about it, you won't see it from that angle. He's picked the ball that's outside the line of the off stump. And that's because he knows if he misses the ball, he can't be bowled, he can't be LBW. Good awareness from the man at the crease.
Upish, but it's going to be safe. Ball's in no man's land. In fact, Noman, the previous delivery was pushed through a little bit quicker. This one was slower. You see the 6?
This is what I'm talking about. Look at the line of that ball. Outside the line of the off stump. It also gives him a good hitting arc. Able to extend the arms. But just looking at that previous shot, Roshan, after playing such a good slog sweep the ball before. This is what I was referring to in the previous over when I said I hope these two enjoy the fruits of their hard work and realize how difficult it was for them a little bit earlier. You've just played a great slog sweep for 6. I don't think there's a need to play this shot next ball.
And the other thing is, I thought Noman slowed it down. The previous one was a little bit quicker, so he had a bit of pace. He's picked the right line. This is a little bit straighter and slower as well. This one strike. Just charging that length so well. That should give them 2 here. Just a touch short. See, that's what's makes Angelo Matthews so good. In fact, even Dhananjay, they're able to pick length so well. Lots of activity happening. This is what happens between overs, and look at that. Hassan Ali. He's enjoying himself. He's held on to his cap. He hasn't dropped it.
Yeah.
Such a character, isn't he, Hassan Ali? Just the man you want on the field, and you can see even off the field. Always positive, contributes to the team.
Half chance you were talking about, Tino. Forward short leg is not the easiest place to field. But then, that's where you expect those reflexes to be strong. 163 for 4. So 109-run partnership, which is really a very good return for some honest work by this pair of batters.
Dhananjay, after a tough period with the faster bowlers, he's been really good with his use of the feet to the spinners. Yes, the fact that the ball's not turning makes it a lot easier for him to be able to come out and meet the ball, but he's also played some really nice leg cuts. And very good getting right out to meet the ball and playing right back as well.
Again off the back foot. Forcing shot, should run away to the boundary. I think it's touch and go. Just pulled in, they'll drop back for 3. Dhananjay De Silva's been caught both of the front foot and back foot. Just looking at that, the look as to whether he managed to pull it in, I think he's fine. He's fine. That's enough. But just looking at Dhananjay De Silva's using of his feet, the way he was looking to tackle the spinners, the way he was looking to come down, you said yes. The risk factor was less. 4 runs here. I think this will be 4. It was just whipped off his pads by Angelo Matthews, just a touch short.
Wonderfully timed. Yes, the line and the length weren't right. There was a gap in that onside field, but he still needed to find it. This has come off the meat of the bat from Angelo Matthews. Just the whip of the wrists through the gap and 4.
Pakistan definitely having a problem here. They are looking for a breakthrough. Matthews goes again. He likes that area. He likes to take on the off spinner, and he knows when that mid-wicket area is open, he will just keep picking on those spots. The previous one was a touch short. This one was fuller, and Matthews needed no invitation.
Yeah, you picked up on it as soon as the off spinner came into the attack, Roshan. You said Angelo Matthews, given the opportunity, will look to go over that onside field. It's taken him a while to do so. And he's picked the perfect delivery. It's forced to field it back at deep mid-wicket. It's also forced the bowler to come around the wicket to the right-hander. And he just opens up that onside, makes access even easier for the batsman.
To complete the story about Dhananjay Silva and his footwork, yes, it was not turning. And the other thing, I didn't really see the loop or the dip in the spinners, but Dhananjay didn't really find it difficult to get to the pitch. You talk of another single, you talk of spinners bowling with almost a string attached to a ball where they can pull it at the last minute with batsmen searching, and that's the dip you would expect, but we haven't seen it here. So that allows the batsman a little bit more freedom to play those shots. Nice. 176 for 4.
She's bowling right side over.
$176 for 4. Partnership of 122 has brought Sri Lanka out of trouble. Angelo Matthews, Dhananjay de Silva at the moment in total control. 11 overs for 26 runs for Ahmed. So far, the attack back from the fourth end.
Dhananjay Silva's story is a very interesting one when it comes to Sri Lanka winning or drawing or even losing. Now, when Sri Lanka wins or draws, Dhananjay's average is 48. He's made over 2,000 runs and hundreds and 50s plus. He's made 15 runs here. Runs are coming quite quickly, in fact. That's another boundary. The last 14 balls have given Sri Lanka 28 runs, which tells you that Pakistan is just loosening that grip. Sri Lanka now starting to control things in this session.
Another example of waiting for the ball and getting right back into the crease. Waiting to play the ball as late as possible from Dhananjay de Silva. That's that you've just given. In the air, wide of the man at mid-wicket, and it will run away to the boundary. Make that 32 runs off the last 15 balls.
Well, Ramesh Raja made the point that Abrar doesn't like to be attacked. And the Sri Lankan batsmen are looking to do just that. The first 3 balls, 8 runs, taking him on. Now he's been the one who's looked good out of the spinners on display for Pakistan. He commanded respect from the batters, but now the Sri Lankan pair of batsmen looking to take him on. But just to quickly, I have this story, but we'll come to that. This is that second boundary of Dhananjay de Silva, who just whipped it off his hips. I don't think that's catching. So in games that has been lost, Dhananjay's average drops to 26 as against 48 when Sri Lanka wins on draws. hundreds and 50s, the sum total in the winning and drawing is 15. Here it's only 5 and only 910 runs. So he's been very effective when Sri Lanka's winning or drawing. 185 for 4. For 4. So we are closing in on the tea break on day 1. Sri Lanka sitting much prettier than what they were at lunch. Oh, there was some confusion. Dhananjay Silva was looking for a non-existent single. Now that's something they'll have to be careful. They can't afford, after all the hard work in this session, to give it away by way of a wicket, either of a run out or a soft dismissal. Oh, this time just playing down the wrong line. That's the angle.
I'm just a bit concerned about Dhananjaya. Just talking about what you're saying, Roshan Abasinga. You know, it's an okay delivery, just going across the line, but just looks to me like he's been a little bit carefree in the last 2 or 3 overs. He's got to guard against losing that wicket unnecessarily, like you're saying.
I think Angelo Matthews is doing the right thing. He's just going to have a word to him. He looked a bit edgy, you're right. He was carefree. He was looking a little bit loose with his shot selection. Approaching tee, he needs to be tighter. That's better. That's much better. Full face of the bat.
I think the way that they need to look at this, Angelo Matthews, Dhananjaya De Silva, once they cross over into the lunch break, there's probably one more full burst from the seamers after the tea break, and maybe an opportunity at the end with the new ball. That's all they've got to get through, though.
No.
It's a maiden, 185 for 4. Figures now. Brian Numana, the 2 leading spinners. Numana is going at more than 4 runs and over. And a left-arm spinner, you would expect him to come in and drop a length and straight away be that insurance against quick scoring. That's what spinners do, particularly left-arm spinners. They come on and tie batters down. This time, that's the wicket they were after. And Pakistan have struck almost at the stroke of tea, and I think it's tea. The umpires are thinking about it. They're about 3 minutes, and yes, it's tea. That's a massive wicket here. Just short outside the off stump. Matthews looking to thrash it off the back foot, and Pakistan get a wicket on the stroke of tea.
He's got to be disappointed. It's a nothing ball, really. And Angelo Matthews has given it away just before tea on day 1. He goes for 64. It's 185 for 5.
Well, Sri Lanka very nearly went in with an unspoiled effort, but Angelo Matthews' wicket has just tainted it a bit. but still a good session for Sri Lanka. They fought really hard, just conceded that solitary wicket almost off the last ball before tea. But they've given Sri Lanka some breathing space from 54 for 4 to where they are at the moment, but still with Samara Wickrama to come in and then Ramesh Mendis, Sri Lanka has a lot of work to do. Well, not a good top 4 for Sri Lanka, barring Matthews, Madhushka, Dimuth, Mendis and Chandimal not really getting amongst the runs, but then Dhananjay and Angelo Matthews steadying the ship, and at tea, 185 for 5.
Well, right until the end, it's been all Sri Lanka in the second session. Top edge early on in the session, but from then on, Dhananjay De Silva and Angelo Matthews took control of the innings. Made some wonderful strokes. Angelo Matthews in particular, straight back down the ground. Took advantage of slightly overpitched and straight deliveries. Dhananjay De Silva on the other end, very good with the late cut.
He was excellent, both of the back foot and the front foot. And Matthews too started settling in quite nicely. Dhananjay in particular was not afraid to go over the top. Good use of the feet, took on the spinners. Matthews meanwhile worked really hard for his half century. It was a workmanlike innings. A lot of hard work at the start. Dhananjay wasn't afraid. He was looking to take the spinners on. And he was taking them on quite well and effectively, and that was his way of getting to the 100. Following up with a slog sweep for another 6. Matthews too started to gradually accelerate, and Sri Lanka was scoring runs at will. And this is what happened just almost at the stroke of tea. Abrahaman getting that most important scalp for Pakistan. He goes into tea at 1 for 35, Shaheen Shah Afridi 3 for 56, and Naseem Shah has 1 for 43. So at tea, Sri Lanka 185 for 5. Still a lot of work to be done, but they'll be pretty pleased with their work in the middle session.
first test, day one. Galle International Stadium is hosting Pakistan. We haven't had a drawn test match in last 10 years here at Galle, so this promises to be another exciting finish. Sri Lankans were down and out in the first session, rose to the occasion in the middle through Matthews and Dhananjay, and just at the stroke of the break, Sri Lanka lost Matthews for 64. Got behind. The cross has had a good day behind the stumps, as has Shine Shah, Afridi Naseem Shah, a wicket to Abrar Ahmed as well. It's been rather hot and humid. You see this, the Pakistan dugout. Socks being put out there. Well, that's the last wicket that was of Angelo Matthews. Got behind on second attempt. Ultra Edge will show the massive edge. Well, I was here as a filler. Now come to the main menu. We've got Amir Sohail and Russell Arnold.
Now there was a stroke of luck for Pakistan. Just before tea, getting rid of Angelo Matthews, who was looking dangerous. He was timing the ball well. He was growing in confidence. New man in now.
Some relief for Pakistan in that session, the wicket of Angelo Matthews, and now the last recognized pair to deal with. 185 for 5 would mean that these two have a lot of work ahead of them. Dhananjay De Silva getting better and better. He's on 74. Sadira Samaravikram at that 104, not out. Here in Galle, the last time that he played out here.
He's a decent player, isn't he? He really impressed everybody in last Lanka Premier League. And because of those performances, he was able to make a comeback into the Sri Lankan side. And he is making his presence felt. Dhananjay De Silva is unbeaten on 74. Yet again producing a good innings under pressure.
Yes, Adira Samaravikrama across all formats has been outstanding, forcing himself into the team. At 7, the wicketkeeper off the side. Picked on potential 2017. Lost his way because his temperament didn't look sound. But now a lot more mature, making better decisions.
He's a much more established player now, as far as I'm concerned. When we talk about Sudhira's Samaravikrama, he's got a solid technique. He has improved his technique. Hence, he's been able to deal any kind of a situation. He needs to feature in a partnership with his senior partner, Dhananjay. Oh, edged. Risky stroke.
Yeah, against the turn, you've got to pick him, you've got to watch him closely. There's a lot of different factors with his action. One is his step, then his release. He's got a few variations. Playing early now on a couple of occasions, Samaravikrama. Now Pakistan have a moment to go bang
bang and get into the tail of Sri Lanka. Nowhere near it, even though he pushes at it.
Looks edgy, that's for sure. Well watched. Yeah, the Pakistani bowlers, they have to keep up with the grind, especially once the pitch has flattened out.
Now that a batter is in, take time for him to play himself in. You got to attack. You got to bowl your best deliveries just like that. Abrar is all over Sadira Samaravikrama at the moment. The fielder from short leg gets to the offside. Again searching for it way in front of the body. And he pays the price. He gives him the length to work. Works it away. That's a real good effort. Abdullah Shafiq, the fielder, but I think they'll have a look at that.
Yeah, Brown looks a different bowler when he's looking to flight the ball.
He does well there, but does he pick it up with both feet off the ground? Meaning when he's outside the boundary line. Yes, he's fine. So he saved one run, Abdullah Shafiq. 188 for 5. To love to fly a kite as a kid. Naseem Shah. Been extremely good. Long bit, Shaheen Shah, Freeding, building pressure. That early burst. Rocking Sri Lanka.
Looked quite threatening with the new ball in his hand, Naseem Shah, but in his second spell,
he's got heavy legs, he's not bending his back. Maybe like a first-class cricket.
Down in a bit of pace, down to 133, 134. The morning session, of course, was touching 140 quite regularly. But then some bowlers do tend to bowl within themselves and then let one loose. The change of pace. Ball a lot softer also, Amir, almost 50 years old. Do need to change your mode of attack.
But you need a purpose for that.
Now he's gone around the wicket, and the purpose is bowl at his body. Deep fine leg, there's a square leg about 20 meters in from the boundary. A deepish mid-wicket and a wide-ish mid-on. Third man stuck out, deep point. We have seen that batters have struggled to gauge the pace and bounce, hence leaving or playing was a challenge. But all the time in the world on that occasion for Dhananjay De Silva, who will take him on.
Yeah, as a bowler, you need to experiment. The one thing you need to be absolutely sure of, where to pitch the ball. Especially in this situation, once you're bowling at a set batsman and the pitch has flattened out, you have to bowl right lengths, right lines. Nicely hit. Into the gap. Yet another boundary from Dhananjay De Silva's bat.
He controlled that really well. Just seems to be sitting up for him though. But since he's clear in his mind that he's going to play the shot, he's able to go after it. If you're caught in two minds, that's when you're in trouble.
Yeah, that roll of the wrist at the last moment gave him the control to play that stroke. This is an able batsman, that's for sure, Dhananjay De Silva.
one of the Sri Lankan or few players look like they have a lot of time to play their shots. Dhananjay De Silva is one such player. With on the front foot, back foot is so elegant. And when you have time, obviously do feel that you can do anything out there.
Yeah, he makes batting look so easy, doesn't he? He's got all the time in the world to play any stroke. Once again, controlling that stroke with that roll of wrist. 50 overs completed, 194 for 5.
Good to be back here playing Test cricket. This part of the world with so much to soak in. Putting in the pressure was what Sri Lanka have been forced to do for a long period in this innings. Did that well, fighting back with a 131-run partnership. Broken on the stroke of tea. And Matthews was dismissed. Chips it, 4 more. Aerial, but in full control is Dhananjay De Silva.
He just placed the ball into the gap. Yes, he did take the aerial route, but he was always in control of that stroke. He knew where the ball should go. High elbow, just timing the ball. Easy on the eyes.
And that's good play, really. The moment you get an opportunity, put it away means the scoreboard keeps moving. And also, you're constantly giving Babar Azam decisions to make.
And as a batsman, that's what you have to do in pressure situations. Keep the bowlers guessing. Just force them to run away from their threatening line of length. Whenever Abrar has looked to toss the ball in the air, he hasn't been shy to use his feet or take the aerial route. Dhananjay De Silva.
Batting at number 6 for Sri Lanka. Now Dhananjay De Silva has the best average, 51.3 at the moment. That's his problem. Now and again does something silly. Not really sure whether there was an edge, but it's gone down, so he will survive. 198 for 5. .198 for 5. Just a little bit of excitement whether there was a nick in that last delivery. Just thought the bat hit the ground. Give way to those on the right. Doesn't apply here.
Yeah, looks like Naseem Shah is working hard, concentrating hard to pitch the ball in the right areas. He's not looking to flaunt his pace. Was there an edge? You're absolutely right. There was a case of bat hitting the ground, hence the noise. No bat involved there.
Nicely played. That's a top shot. A good player, Samara Vikrama. 200 up on the board.
Not only using the angle quite well on that occasion, Samara Vikrama, he timed it nicely as well into the gap. This boundary should give him a lot of confidence. He looked edgy at the start of the innings, especially against the leg spinner Abrar.
This partnership is important. Don't need 500. Got to get yourself at least 325 to be able to put some pressure on Pakistan.
It's a good score, isn't it, in a test match? First man, 325. Make sure that you stay in the test match. And that should be the end.
No! Always the aim to stay in the game, to compete and let the pressure take its toll as the game wears on, the pitch changes. Rarely do you win a match in one session. But if you're not careful, Amir, you can lose a test match or any match in one session.
Yeah, I'm with you. I hear you, Russell. And if you talk about Pakistan's perspective in this game, they need to break this partnership. Too much angle for the batsman to work with.
He will be taking the gloves, Sadira Samara Vikrama. Say that because in the finals of the qualifiers, he did take a blow. One of those fingers and was in a lot of pain. Was losing a lot of blood too. He's recovered. A good sign because Sri Lanka also need him to score runs. He's gone away from the short pitch tactic, 203 for 5. Ahmed got 1 wicket, a big one, that of Matthews. Talk about moments. Pakistan still with the moment. It's a new partnership. It's a new batsman who's still searching, especially the spinner. Might not be a bad thing to have 2 fielders under the helmet.
Yeah, he's struggling to read Abrar. Misjudged that googly. Beaten by that leg spinner. Yeah, he's struggling against the leg spinner, that's for sure.
Generally we say wicket keepers pick spinners a lot better, but at this particular moment, Samara Vikrama is all at sea. Oh, gets away with that extra bounce. He's watched it closely. That's what helps him guide that to the boundary.
Yeah, good wrist work from Sudhira, enabled him to fetch that boundary. He negotiated that extra bounce quite nicely. Lost the ball at the very last moment. Just guiding the ball.
Gives me the impression he's playing him off the pitch rather than watching him out of the hand.
I think it's Shaheen Shah Afridi's time. He should be introduced into the... Full toss, dealt with. Second boundary of the over.
Yeah, Babar will have to react to this. Can't allow runs to leak. Especially at this stage, Sri Lanka scoring at over 4 and over. He got that totally wrong. Samara Wickrama always looking to score. That works in his favour. 26-run partnership. You mentioned Shaheen Shah Afridi. He's bowled 12 overs. And 4 overs he bowled straight after lunch. That's a good 2 hours and more. The way the game's going with Nasim, already bowled a few. It's time for Afridi, 211 for 5. Nasim Shah about to start his 15th over. We're crying out, or the situation cries out for Shaheen Shah Afridi. Not on the park though. Mohammad Usman has taken the field for Afridi. Again around the wicket to Dhananjay De Silva, back to short pitch stuff. Just the one ball where he looked to go full and reverts back to this.
It's too easy for Dhananjay, isn't it? The ball is not zipping through, allowing a lot of time for the batters to rock onto the bat foot and deal with those short pitch deliveries. No, change of plan is required. Better thinking is required.
Maybe to Samara Wickrama, but to Dhananjay De Silva, he seems to be in total control, and that short stuff just giving him runs. He's been so good, his footwork really, really good. Dhananjay De Silva defends late, lets the ball come to him, and very assertive, really clear in what he wants to do when he's looking to attack.
Yeah, he has dealt with those short pitch deliveries very effectively. Batsman was in a spot of bother. Looks like Nasim Shah has decided to subject the batsman with a barrage of short pitch deliveries.
He's trying to get underneath it. Really well bowled in terms of direction and speed. Samara Wickrama, as he's still new, he's not sure how much it's going to bounce, how quickly it'll come on to him. Short leg now. Whereas De Silva, he's been out there, knows the pace of the pitch. And plays it easy.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant. Direct hit. Doesn't happen.
It was Rizwan. He's electric in the field. Mohammad Rizwan. With the gloves on, with the gloves off. He's ever involved.
Gets the keeper's dive. One-handed pickup, rushed quickly onto his knees. He probably would have had his man if that was a direct hit. Well, this is a fact that will excite Sri Lankan fans. Lanka have never lost a test here in Galle. When Silva scores 50 or more runs.
Are you trying to tell me the captain should declare it?
No, I'm telling you, bad luck. Bad luck, Amir.
Oh, plenty of cricket to be played in this test match.
Next batsman in, 3 of them ready. .213 for 5. .29 overs remaining today. Amish Mendis, Prabhat Jayasuriya, Vishwa Fernando, Kasun Rajika. That's what Sri Lanka have remaining in the dressing room.
Pakistan need a wicket desperately here. If they're able to do that, they'll gain a lot of territory in this test match.
There they are. Those we saw in the helmet. Ready to get out there. Interesting field. I like this from Barber, being innovative.
गम्मी भाई आराम से आओ, आराम से आओ, आराम से आओ, ठीक खड़े रहो बस.
Slip, somewhat a fly slip with Samara Vikrama looking to play late. Oh, that took off.
That extra bounce accentuated a bit of turn on that occasion. Look at from where the wicketkeeper had to collect the ball. They won. In different bounds already, Russell.
I'm surprised by the bounce. But turn, not really. We are used to seeing turn on the first day, but as you mentioned, in different bounds. That's what makes it hard, not the turn rate. Good passage of play from Abrar.
Once again, Satira was unable to pick up that googly. Was very lucky he was able to bring the bat down at the last moment. He's looking very uncomfortable against the leg spinner. It's 213 for 5.
Looking very good, Dhananjay De Silva, keeping Pakistan at bay and away from the tail. His contact points in order to keep that long tail, never-ending tail away from Pakistan. At the end of the tail,
it will become Fabo.
Floating nicely. There's a cool breeze blowing across, which is really nice for the players. Over the wicket to De Silva. A slip and a gully, so reverting back to bowling that off-stump line. But this is what he's done well. Very assertive in his feet movements, his stroke play. When he's looking to attack, he's either gone down the wicket, really met the ball, or sat back using the depth of the crease. Really good how he's managed the bowling. From the crease, he's defended many others.
And he has played the ball very late in this innings, and that's why he's become a nightmare for the bowlers.
Field constantly changes. There are two fielders at short mid-wicket. There's one of them. Constantly moving them around, Babar.
Their bowling wicket to wicket hasn't worked for the Pakistanis as far as the fast bowling is concerned. Why not try and bowl just outside the off stump, back of the length with a couple of slips in place? Tempt the batsman outside the off stump. It might work. They have to plot and plan for the demise of Dhananjay De Silva.
Bit of reverse arm here. Gone short, but now with the fielders on the leg side, looking to tail it back into the right-hander. There'll be a bit of distraction. It's not the kites. You always enjoy watching them, but just in the distance, a few clouds. Shine Shah Afridi still not on the park. Oh, nicely played. On his toes, Dhananjay De Silva. You can watch that time and time again.
And that's where good players make a huge difference. It wasn't a bad delivery. Just outside the off stump, back of the length. Just by staying on the leg stump, he was able to hit the ball through covers for 4 runs. Very elegant.
Oh, good comeback. That came back in. 217 for 5.
Now that is stunning, even though it may spoil fun here at the cricket ground, but the backdrop looks absolutely stunning. Cover hanging over the Indian Ocean. So many spots here that have the bow factor. I think that's a ship in the backdrop. Oh, tried the wrong gun. I think that's a good ball to bowl to someone who's not picking you because he's just clonking his front foot. And so if he misses it, you are in business for a leg before.
Yeah, he's bowled it right line, right length. Absolutely right. He's just trying to get something in line with the ball. It's worked so far. Just got to keep plugging away.
There's never a good time to get out, but the game may just finish because there are cloud-threatening or rain-threatening clouds. So all this player needs to do is to make sure that they hang in there. Plenty of overs left in the tape, but I don't think we'll have a 26.4 over finish. Probably another 5 to 10 minutes before we see a cloud burst.
Now you can see on the left, your monitor there is where it's already raining over the ocean. Once you see those guys lingering around the covers, you know it's not too far away.
He's getting a tutorial from the non-striker. Vikrama. Dhananjay is in his ear, trying to guide him through this tough period that he seems to be having against the leggy offie Abrar.
Seems to have read that one better than he has been. Only concern is he looks like he's playing with quite hard hands. That last one, and if it does come off the edge onto the pad, then it's got a lot of momentum and it can carry for that fielder under the helmet, who's just gone a little bit squarer, behind square now actually.
Five down for 22-19. The umpires have been handed a light meter by the third umpire. They're reading the light and very comfortable. Wow. That is a dramatic picture. But we still have play here, so which is good news. I don't know for how long, but it's still here. Is warm, has been warm, very humid. I don't know whether teams should be allowed to wear shorts when they are pitted in such an environment.
No, I think they wouldn't be. They'll be forced to keep those lungs on, Ramis.
Probably ask my producer if I can do a pitch report tomorrow wearing shorts. I don't know whether he'll allow me that luxury or not. You know, proper jacket on top of the new attire, because it can get extremely, extremely hot and humid here.
I'm just wondering, that's over the ocean in the distance away from the ground, but
When you look up above the ground, there's not so much cloud cover. Hence the light meters come out only because the light is starting to fade away and drop now. But I'm just thinking we might be lucky. We might actually have those clouds steer away from the ground. Well, these are great pictures to send back home in Pakistan, for example, or in India even, because this is an extremely exciting shoreline, and these are dramatic pictures for us, especially from where I come from, Lahore. It's a kind of a landlocked city, and so you don't get this kind of breeze and this kind of dramatic picture and a backdrop there. So I'm sure the cricket fans there would be hugely interested in watching such pics here from ball. Babar has experimented with different set of fields, which is good because he was labeled as a one-dimensional kind of a captain when it kept to setting fields, but now with age and with experience, he's quite happy to experiment with a short mid-wicket and a short cover and employ different strategies, and that's part of his growing up as a skipper.
He's certainly been proactive in what we've seen today. Saw a leg slipping at one stage. We saw a catcher straight just to the side of the stumps on the onside. For a batter who's in and who's comfortable, sometimes just playing around with that field set gets him thinking certain things, and sometimes playing at balls he shouldn't be just because of that. Can create opportunities, can create wickets for the team. It's also challenging your bowlers that I want you to bowl this line and this length because I've set a field and I'm reading this game like this, so you follow through as well. So it's a good challenge for the likes of Shaheen Afridi and young Naseem Shah. Just make them mentally stronger and make them better bowlers. Masking the ball out, looking for some reverse here. That's gone over the head of the fielder at lone gully position. Yeah, I mean, half a mistake, but the shot was definitely on. Short and wide from Naseem and put away for 4. You know, one of the rare short deliveries that we've seen from him today. He's been pretty good. Hiding the ball there, not wanting to see the batsman what he wants to do with it, but it is too short. Better with it. If you throw your bat at it like that and you do get an edge, quite often the result is that flies over the top and goes to the boundary. Scored quickly, Samaru Wickrama. 36 balls for his 25. Nicely played this time. And it's 5 down for 226. Studious Rizwan. Dhananjay has played a lovely hand, 89 from 132. The pace has been great. Back to his natural instinctive self, and it's coming down now. I think umpires will put a halt to things here. Yes, it's a thumbs up to get the players off the field, and so we've had a very interesting session. I don't know whether we'll come back for another, but we've seen
some rains to be just passing showers and nothing more, but these guys have done a wonderful job here, getting those heavy covers on in a jiffy quickly, protecting the surface, protecting the square. It's a kind of a mixed bag for Pakistan. They started off like a wind, picking up 4 wickets in no time, and then there was a huge pause because there's a partnership between Dhananjay and Angelo Matthews. And so it's kind of a 50-50 day for both sides.
Yeah, Pakistan coming out after that lunch break in the second session probably would have wanted that breakthrough a lot sooner. It only came just prior to the tea break. Since then they have certainly tried to just slow down that square leg, put a halt on it. knwKP is a new man who's come in. Hasn't looked as comfortable to the spinners, but he's managed to get through that little difficult period. Rain has started to come down. Well, the light meters are up earlier as well. Whether we'll get back on, another question. But these two have done a decent job just to get through to the stage. So that's how the day's been. Lanka winning the toss, electing to bat first. There's a wonderful partnership of 100 plus between Angelo Matthews and Dhananjay the Silver that got them out of trouble on stage. They were 50-odd for 4 at the moment, approaching the end of day 1, 2-6 for 5. To get a batsman like Dhananjay at number 6 is really like gold, because he's played at a brilliant pace. Session 3 highlights dominated by Dhananjay, and he's worked up a good partnership with Samra Vikrama, who had jitters early on in his innings, especially against Abrar, but somehow he managed to scale through, and whenever a bad ball was bowled, they cashed in as well. So good rhythm, good momentum to this partnership. And the Sri Lankans have not looked back since that first session, until rains lashed the Galle Cricket Stadium, and so we've got squares on the outfield. Shine Shah Afridi has been outstanding on a pitch that's not really been responsive. He's picked up 3-1 to Naseem Shah. He's bowled 17 overs. Loads of work for the two pacers, and Abrar 17.21 for 52. Oman and Agash shared 12 overs without much success. Right. Hoping that the weather will clear. It's clearing up now, but the covers are still on. Hopefully after a little pause we'll be back with live action.
देखो फैमिली बिजनेस करो, उसी में ही फ़ायदा है। अभी बाहर से पकड़ोगे तो घर वालों को बिठाओ, ज़्यादा कमाई होगी, ठीक है। ट्रस्ट भी होता है बंदे को कि पैसे आगे पीछे तो नहीं हो रहे। तुम खुद बनो मैनेजर और बाकियों को बिठाओ कमरे में। जी हाँ, जो पैसे आएंगे उनको करो आधे आधे। जी हाँ, कारोबार का कारोबार और बस। जी हाँ, पैसे पैसे, टेंशन नहीं लेनी। सही है, सही है, सही है। व्लॉग्स हम बाद में देखेंगे, व्लॉग्स हम देख लेंगे बाद में, अभी व्लॉग्स में रूस नहीं देखने। अभी जरा थोड़ा खाने का टाइम है, भूख लगने लग गई है, थोड़ा बोलने लग गई ना, इंजन स्टार्ट हो गया पेट के अंदर। यार भिंडी किस किस को पसंद है मसाले वाली? आए भिंडी पसंद है? आए हाय, कौन सी वाली? आए हाय हाय गाइस, भिंडी का सालन, आए हाय, प्याज मज़ेदार, ठीक, मसाले वाली भिंडी, ओए हो भिंडी हो साथ गोश्त हो जाए तो और ही मज़ा। आए 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 आए। फिर वो चनों वाले चावल होते हैं ना, चनों वाले चावल हो, साथ एक टिक्की हो, आए कटलस बने हो, साथ रायता हो, साथ अचार हो, साथ कटा हुआ सलाद हो, मज़ेदार। यार इधर किसी लड़की को कुकिंग शुकिंग आती है करनी? पहले मुझे ये बताओ। यहाँ पे जो लड़कियाँ बैठी हैं, जितनी भी बैठी हैं, मुझे नहीं पता कितनी बैठी हैं, लेकिन मुझे बताओ यहाँ पे जो लड़कियाँ बैठी हैं, इनको खाना पकाना आता है? कुछ आता है तुम लोगों को? क्योंकि आजकल लड़कियों को कुछ भी नहीं आता करना। सही है, सारा टाइम जो फ़ोन पे होंगी, लाजमी बात है, जो सारा टाइम फ़ोन पे होंगी, रील्स देख रही हैं, टिकटॉक्स देख रही हैं, स्टेटस वगैरह लग रहे हैं, गेम्स वगैरह खेल रही हैं, बंदों से बातें कर रही हैं, तो कहाँ टाइम मिलना उनको? तो मुझे बताओ, आती है कोई कुकिंग शुकिंग आती है तुम लोगों को? थोड़ी बहुत, ज़्यादा भी नहीं, लेकिन कुछ आता जाता है कुछ करना? मुझे बताइए ज़रा। फातिमा कह रही मुझे आती है और माशाल्लाह बहुत अच्छी करती हूँ। ये बात, वेरी गुड। ये चीज़ फेस रिवील कब करोगे? हैं? अच्छा, तुम लोग कह रहे हो कि अब हमें वो अच्छा, ये हमें लग रहा है कोई और बैठा है। हाँ, मैं प्यारा हो गया शायद ज़्यादा मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पे आके, ऐसे कह रहे हो? मैं वही हूँ, बस थोड़ी सी रौनक आई है चेहरे पे, यही कहना चाह रही हो? चलो कोई बात, मैं समझ गया था। ये लड़की ने मेरा दिल तोड़ दिया। शुक्र करो बेटा, दिल ही तोड़ा। सीरियस क्वेश्चन, ये पुराना हो चुका है लेकिन सही है, ये नहीं हम पढ़ेंगे दानियाल भाई, कोई नया लाई मार्केट में सवाल। रोल प्ले की स्ट्रीम होगी जब हम अपनी कुर्सी पे जाके बैठेंगे दोबारा से। जो आपको आती कुकिंग? नहीं, मेरा काम कुकिंग करना नहीं है, मेरा काम है माल बनाना। सही है। देखो किचन जो है ना, वो लड़कियों को ही अच्छा लगता है, सीधी बात। थोड़ी सी हेल्प कर सकते हैं, लेकिन किचन लड़कियों को अच्छा लगता है। सही है। कॉफ़ी वगैरह, चाय वगैरह आती है बनानी, लेकिन फिर फ़ायदा क्या लड़की का? फिर वो क्या करेगी? समझने वाली बात है। अगर सब कुछ मुझे आता है और सब कुछ मैंने खुद करना है, तो फिर लड़की की क्या ज़रूरत है? मुझे बताओ, है? मुझे अगर सब कुछ आता है, खाना मैं अगर बाहर से खा सकता हूँ, ठीक है, और कॉफ़ी चाय मैं अगर खुद बना सकता हूँ, नूडल्स भी आती हैं, अंडा शंडा, ये चीज़ें मैं खुद कर सकता हूँ, और बाकी खाना अगर मैं बाहर से खा सकता हूँ, तो फिर मैंने क्या करना है? मुझे बताओ। वाला नाम है, बड़ी कंपनी का नाम तुम लगा के आ गए हो। कभी अपनी, ठीक है, लड़की से दोस्ती कैसे हुई? हाथ मिला के और गले। ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है, तू लड़की कर लो। हुसैन अब्बास, भाई वापस चले जाओ। नहीं वापस क्या चले जाओ, मैं घर वालों से मिलने आया, तुम लोगों को स्ट्रीमों की पड़ी रहती हैं। ये तो मैंने कर ली है, चलो ठीक है, वरना बिल्कुल भी नहीं होती हैं भाई, ऐसे नहीं होता।
सेनेट वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं देखने की सामने की तरफ मौजूद फायरफ्लक्स के प्लेयर ग्रेनेड फेंक फेंकना जरूर चाहेंगे, आता भी है ग्रेनेड, करेगा नॉक शायद में मुझे लगता है ऐसा, लेकिन मोलोटॉव से बचेंगे प्लेयर, नॉक करेंगे उठकर। अल्फा 7 स्पोर्ट्स के 5 ग्रेनेड्स हाथ के अंदर मौजूद है, फेंकेंगे। पीछे स्टारवर्ड स्पोर्ट्स भी इंतजार करती हुई, लेकिन अल्टर ईगो को ग्रेनेड्स और बंदूकों के जरिए एलिमिनेशन के दहाने पर लेकर आया गया है उनकी तरफ से।
यहाँ एलिमिनेशन के दहाने पर आ चुकी है ये टीम, लेकिन मुझे एक बात की समझ नहीं आई कि जहाँ पर त्यानबा और जीके की फाइट आराम से फिनिश हो सकती थी, जीके को इस साइड पर आना, उनका ये डिसाइड करना कि वो थोड़ा सा वेस्टर्न साइड से होकर पूछते हैं कि ये बहुत ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लमेटिक रहा है और जीके फिनिश हो सर्वाइविंग, लेकिन त्यानबा के उनको भी लॉबी भेजा जाता है जोन के हाथों, और
DRS डी शहजादे, DRS ओपी राइट नाउ। ओ नहीं, चलो शहजादे यार, शहजादे यार,
दिखाई देती है हमें DRS, एक नॉक फिर ट्रेड, फिर
किलर वाईटी ओपी और वो किलर वो आईटी।
अनफॉर्चुनेटली ऑल्टर ईगो के साथ प्लेयर्स यहाँ मौजूद नहीं थे बिकॉज स्ट्रेट फाइट तो वो विन कर रहे थे, बट दे डिड नॉट हैव द मेन एडवांटेज। DRS 2 किल्स उठाएगी और अपने चारों
ट्विस्टेड माइंड अभी तक अपनी जगह पे ही है बैठी है।
अब मैच के अंदर आगे बढ़ती हुई दिखाई देगी, दोनों प्लेयर्स को रिवाइव किया जाएगा, लेकिन एजिस के किंग्स बनते हुए जीजी के प्लेयर्स दिखाई दे रहे हैं, लेकिन पॉसिबली गेट कीप फेवियन, लेकिन फेवियन यहाँ उन्हें गेट कीप कर रहे हैं। मीकू हैज टू फॉल बैक, स्मोक डिप्लॉय किया।
ओ वैम्पायर वर्सेस ट्विस्टेड माइंड राइट नाउ, हु द विनर ऑफ द हिस्ट्री।
ठीक है, बहुत ज्यादा बेहतर नहीं कहूंगा इसको मैं, लेकिन सामने मौजूद है वैम्पायर जो कि बड़े से बड़े, बेहतर से बेहतर, बेहतरीन से बेहतरीन स्प्लिट को तोड़ना जानती है। एंड हेल्प पे मौजूद है 7 अल्फा 7 के प्लेयर्स ट्विस्टेड माइंड के दामी को स्पॉट करके एलिमिनेट कर सकते हैं बिकॉज ही इज आउट इन दी ओपन, और कवर भी उनके पास कोई मौजूद नहीं है। वो नॉक होंगे, वो सीधा फिनिश ही होंगे।
आई थिंक थोड़ा एक्सटेंसिव स्प्लिट है जो इख्तियार किया हुआ है ट्विस्ट ने, उसके बरक्स अगर आप वैम्पायर स्पोर्ट्स को देखें तो वो सारे के सारे प्लेयर्स एक ही साथ रहकर खेलते हमें नजर आ रहे हैं। ट्विस्ट को मुश्किलात में लेकर आया जा सकता है, लेकिन अल्फा 7 अपने अगले शिकार पर कसते हुए अपने क्रॉसेस और ग्रेनेड्स बिल्कुल ठीक
ट्विस्टेड माइंड वाले आज चिकन ना करो, फिर अगली गल में करता ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ।
द रियल सोल्जर्स अभी भी अपने चारों प्लेयर्स के साथ सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं,
ओ नहीं यार,
करीब है, ग्रेनेड और मोलोटॉव फेंकते हैं।
DRS का बंदा गलत नॉक हो गया
होएगा, अब अपनी पोजीशन तो कॉम्प्रोमाइज कर बैठे, लेकिन इन्फिनिटी के बाकी प्लेयर्स वो थोड़ा सा फोकस करते हुए अपने उस बैक स्टैप की तरफ। द रियल सोल्जर्स अब किस तरह से पेनिट्रेट करते हैं इस पूरी रिज को देखना बाकी है, इसका भरपूर फायदा उठाएगी अल्फा 7 स्पोर्ट्स, लेकिन ग्रेनेड्स रूल्स ओजी के
वैम्पायर का बंदा नॉक कर गया, दूसरा बंदा
क्योंकि प्लेयर को डाउन किया जाता है। अल्फा 7 स्पोर्ट्स इन दोनों ही टीमों को
बाहर
भी कर सकती है,
जीते
10 के अंदर उनकी तरफ से, लेकिन आगे बढ़ेंगे वैम्पायर स्पोर्ट्स के 2 प्लेयर्स आते हुए घुटनों पर। इस टाइम वैम्पायर स्पोर्ट्स एलिमिनेट होती है। व्हाट वाज दैट? प्योर
क्रिप्टो मार गई शहजादा, 2 क्रिप्टो मार गई,
नॉक किया, अनएक्सपेक्टेड था, जोन का डैमेज भी आ रहा था, लेकिन
क्रिप्टो 2 नॉक कर, क्रिप्टो एक्शन को भी नॉक कर गया शहजादा,
इन्फिनिटी अब शायद
क्रिप्टो 2 नॉक कर गई।
वैम्पायर स्पोर्ट्स 9 स्पॉट पर एलिमिनेट हुए हैं, कोई प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट इनको मिलेगा नहीं, लेकिन इन्फिनिटी IQ सामना करते हुए अल्फा 7 स्पोर्ट्स का, लेकिन कहीं दूर से बॉक्स के गोसू वो एलिमिनेट करते हैं। थोड़ा बहुत
क्रिप्टो भाई फॉर्म में आ गए, मेरी बात का गुस्सा कर गए शायद।
इन्फिनिटी के बेशतर प्लेयर्स हमें बाहर होते दिखाई दे रहे हैं, कारेओ को रिवाइव देना है, लेकिन माफियोसो का ये बेहतरीन नॉक था जो कि DRS के प्लेयर को गिराएगा, लेकिन किलर वाइटी के ऊपर अब आती हुई सारी जिम्मेदारी जो कि वो निभा नहीं पाएंगे 7वें पायदान पर। द रियल सोल्जर्स आर आउट ऑफ द गेम।
ट्विस्टेड माइंड किधर गई है शहजादी? क्रिप्टो
और द रियल सोल्जर्स इस मैच में काफी प्रॉमिसिंग लग रहे थे, फर्स्ट फाइट में काफी
वो आ गए हैं जोन में,
नॉकआउट्स निकाले, किल पॉइंट्स
वो एसटी और क्रिप्टो गलत फंसे हुए हैं।
अपने प्लेयर एक वाइटल प्लेयर रोल किस को फिनिश कराने के बावजूद ये टीम अभी तक दिखाई दे रही है इंटैक्ट, और कोशिश इनकी है कि कुछ किल पॉइंट्स मजीद निकाले जाएं। 3 किल पॉइंट्स ले चुकी है ट्विस्टेड माइंड्स, लेकिन
A7 पिछू आ रही है,
यहाँ से बचकर खेलना ये एक ख्वाब ही बन सकता है इस टीम का। सामने A7 मौजूद है, वेस्टर्न साइड पे अनदर टीम इस गेट की
टॉप 6 में आ गई है।
इज डन फॉर दिस गेम आई बिलीव, बिकॉज़ यहाँ से अगर निकल कर ये टीम सर्वाइव कर देती है तब ये टीम बाआसानी चिकन भी लेकर जा सकती है। लेकिन A7 हाइट पे मौजूद हैं, इजी उनको काफ़ी डैमेज पड़ेगा, जोन उनको पुश कर रहा है। ट्विस्टेड माइंड्स यहाँ अब मौत की लड़ाई लड़ती हुई नजर आएगी और मेरे ख्याल से ये मौत की लड़ाई उन्हीं के मौत की वजह बनेगी। बिकॉज अब देखें दो टीम्स और जोन, एक तरफ एक टीम है, एक तरफ दूसरी टीम है, एक तरफ जोन मौजूद है। ट्विस्टेड माइंड्स के आखिरी प्लेयर जिंदा रह जाएंगे और शायद वो भी अब लॉबी चले जाएं। लेकिन डीके वर्सेस बॉक्स गेमिंग की बात की जाए, बॉक्स गेमिंग के प्लेयर अपनी टीम से दूर क्यों आते हैं और यही स्प्लिट उनको मरवा देता है। तीन प्लेयर्स
ट्विस्टेड माइंड टॉप 6 में फिनिश हो गई है।
लेकिन खैर एसटीई जहां उन्होंने
एसटी चिकन ले जाएगी,
वहां वो डीके को भी स्पॉट करके
ये चिकन एसटीई का एसटीई का
उनके बाहर किल्स कंफर्म करना चाहते हैं जाते जाते, लेकिन किल्स कंफर्म करते करते वो लॉबी की तरफ जाएंगे और डीके इस मैच से सिर्फ कह सकते हैं कि कुछ ही परसेंट पॉइंट्स 4 से 5% पॉइंट्स को लेकर जब वो लॉबी की तरफ से रीच आएगी। लेकिन वहीं पर
एक्शन देखने कितने बढ़ गई सेंटर
4 प्लेयर जिंदा टीम अल्फा 7 के, उनके पास 13 किल्स मौजूद, लेकिन अल्फा 7 यहाँ 14वां किल भी कंफर्म करती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। आदि क्या जो उम्मीदें हम लगा रहे थे टीम 6 to 8 से, उन उम्मीदों पर अल्फा 7 पूरा उतरने वाली है। बिकॉज अभी के लिए देखिए आप इस मैच में दे कैन पॉसिबली ब्रेक दैट रिकॉर्ड। जी बिल्कुल
क्या किताबी है।
हो जाएंगे अभी लेकिन अगला शिकार अल्फा 7 esports वर्सेस स्टालवर्ट, ये मैं
जान चढ़ाई ने बस बकरे का गोश्त दो रोटी बनाओ आज।
पहला चिकन डिनर हो सकता है अभी के लिए, वो गेट कीप कर रहे हैं अल्फा 7 के।
मेरा नाश्ता ये है, ये देख लो।
ICY ने जिस तरह से वो अपने फोन को देख रहे हैं,
मेरा ये ब्रेड सुबह नाश्ता है।
मुझे लग रहा है ये टीम
टेडू मनी कट दे पैन तीसरी तो ये एक ब्रेड खाना है।
एलिमिनेटेड टीम स्टालवर्ट esports अपना पहला चिकन डिनर इस PUBG मोबाइल वर्ल्ड इनविटेशनल का हासिल करने जा रही है। थोड़ा सा अफसुर्दा है प्लेयर्स अपनी परफॉर्मेंस को लेकर, लेकिन जी ग्लैडिएटर बिल्कुल सामने है उनके और सिर्फ एक ही प्लेयर है, उसको एलिमिनेट करना इतना मुश्किल नहीं होगा। टीम स्टालवर्ट esports के लिए ग्रेनेड्स का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, ज्यादा जो है सामने के प्लेयर को अंडर एस्टिमेट नहीं करना चाह रहे। और अभी के लिए गया प्लेयर एलिमिनेट हुआ और चिकन डिनर पहले मैच का आज के दिन का सनहॉक पर और अपना पहला चिकन डिनर टीम स्टालवर्ट esports फाइनली निकालने में कामयाब मंगोलियन जायंट्स।
जी हाँ,
फाइनली एसटी पहला चिकन।
मंगोलियन जायंट्स आर बैक एंड दे आर बैक विद अ बैंग। एक चिकन डिनर निकाला जाएगा, 15 पॉइंट्स चिकन डिनर के मिलेंगे, साथ ही साथ अच्छे किल पॉइंट्स भी इनके पास मौजूद हैं। A7 के हाथों में जो ट्रीट मौजूद थी उसको छीना जाता है और दाद रसी के काबिल है ये परफॉर्मेंस आती, क्योंकि टीम एसटी को ज़रूरत थी इसकी। देवर ऑन द 10th स्पॉट, 10वें पायदान पर ये टीम अनफॉर्चुनेटली स्ट्रगल कर रही थी। वहाँ इस टीम को जो है वो कोई किसी भी मैच में थोड़े से भी पॉइंट्स नहीं मिल रहे थे। लेकिन अब इस मैच के चिकन डिनर के बाद ना सिर्फ 15 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स बल्कि किल पॉइंट्स के साथ साथ वो मोमेंटम, वो कॉन्फिडेंस, लेकिन आप देखिए कि अभी भी सेलिब्रेट नहीं किया जा रहा। मुझे लग रहा है कि ये बात जानती है, they are sad because even after this win और 2 से 3 मैचेस ये और भी निकाल पाए, उसके बावजूद they cannot win.
Why are they so sad?
Because they were here to win. आदि वो यहाँ आए थे जीतने के लिए इस टूर्नामेंट को, बट अब वो ये बात रियलाइज कर रहे हैं कि हम नहीं जीत सकते जितना मर्जी हम ट्राई हार्ड कर लें।
Yes, मुझे दुख हो रहा है। एंड अलादीन यहाँ पर पता चलता है कि यार प्राइस पूल शायद मैटर करता है, बट वो जो ग्लोरी है ना, वो जो एक जीतने की ख्वाहिश होती है, वो बहुत कहीं ज़्यादा मैटर करती है। क्योंकि उन्होंने इस अपनी जीत को सेलिब्रेट किया, मुझे कहीं वो एक सुकून भी नहीं दिखाई दिया। चले सेलिब्रेशन, खुशी तो एक अलग चीज़ होती है, एक इत्मीनान हासिल करना वो एक अलग चीज़ होती है, वो इत्मीनान भी मुझे उनके चेहरों पर नहीं दिखाई दिया। उल्टा वो मज़ीद सैड हो चुके हैं कि यार हम इससे कहीं ज़्यादा कुछ कर सकते थे लेकिन हम नहीं कर पाए अनफॉर्चुनेटली। सो ये एक मोहब्बत है, एक लगाव है, यू नो, इमोशनली आपको चीज़ जो है वो ट्रिगर करती है।
अगर एसटी बैक टू बैक 6 चिकन कर जाए आज के, मानो फिर रेडियो का प्रोटेक्शन
नाम की रात जरूर रख पाएंगे, मज़ीद पायदान। इट्स नेवर टू लेट टू परफॉर्म। लेकिन ख़वातीन हज़रात, हम जाएंगे एक छोटे से ब्रेक पर, आप लोगों ने कहीं नहीं जाना।
अगर एसटी बैक टू बैक 6 चिकन कर जाए आज, मानो फिर मेरी प्रोटेक्शन है। मानो फिर मेरी प्रोटेक्शन है। बकवास करो ना यार, है कोई भी नहीं बोलता पे चैट। ये इनको बुला ले अंडरस्कोर सुभान को.
the picturesque Galle International Cricket Stadium provided the perfect setting for an enthralling T20 encounter. It was carnival atmosphere in the stands, and the home team did not disappoint the fans. Bangladesh were on top, reducing Afghanistan to 52 for 4. Then a batting blitz from the ageless Mohammad Nabi and young gun Azmatullah Omarzai lifted the visitors to 154. Bangladesh had a poor start, slipping to 64 for 4.
Ridoy, which means heart in Bangla.
At the stage, two young men, Tawhid Ridoy and Shamim Hussain, decided to rise to the challenge.
From the last over.
Ridoy, which means heart in Bangla, was the brave heart in the run chase, as Bangladesh were almost home, needing just 6 from the last over.
The last 2 balls.
Karim Jannat provided a spectacular turnaround with a hat-trick.
The number 10, Shoriful Islam, helped Bangladesh.
2 runs were needed off the last 2 balls. But the number 10, Shoriful Islam, helped Bangladesh pull off a nerve-wracking win. Who will have the bragging rights on Super Sunday as we head to the climax of the riveting contest between the two teams? Oh, what a cliffhanger, what a match we had, the first one. Good evening and welcome to everyone. This is the second T20 International between Bangladesh and Afghanistan. It's the Walton Bangladesh versus Afghanistan T20 International Series 2023, powered by Ice Cream, live from the beautiful, stunning Galle International Cricket Stadium. Finishing off tonight, that was the schedule for the series, the only test match which Bangladesh dominated and won by a very big margin. But Afghanistan came back strongly, the first 2 ODIs going their way and also wrapping up the series 2-1. Yes, Bangladesh did win the third one, beg your pardon, by 7 wickets. But what about the first T20 International? The Bangladesh winning right at the end by 2 wickets. All eyes will be on the skipper, Rashid Khan, who would need to be among the wickets. Karim Jannat Vini, who nearly turned the game on its head. Mohammad Nabi, Jonathan Trott, and how about Shakib Al Hasan? He's got everybody in that frame of mind where they're willing to put their hands up and go and perform to the best of their abilities. A little while earlier, toss happened, and let's go down to HD Ackerman.
So these two teams have been going at each other now for the best part of a month. We've had test match, we've had ODI series, and now we come down to this final T20 International. With me in the middle, Shakib Al Hasan, the captain of Bangladesh, Rashid Khan, the captain of Afghanistan, and our match referee is Niamur Rashid. Welcome, gentlemen. Shakib, you got the coin. Heads is the call. It's a tail. Rashid, what you going to do first?
Oh,
Shakib, excuse me. Excuse me?
Field first.
You're going to field first. The reason behind that?
There is no such reason, to be honest. We'd like to chase. Looks to me a good wicket. So hopefully whatever the runs they put on, we can chase it down.
Since 2021, you've beaten England, you've beaten Australia, you've beaten New Zealand in T20 cricket. What has seen Bangladesh T20 performances improve so significantly? What has it been?
Yeah, we changed our approach. I think that's the one area I think we improved a lot, and we are trying to improve day by day. It's still a long way to go, I think, if we talk about 24 World Cup. So that's in our target. So to do that, we have to keep on improving ourselves. At this moment, we are going really well, but we have to continue this momentum because T20 is all about momentum.
Absolutely. What about changes to your side?
Yeah, we got 2 changes. Unfortunately, Ronit Talukdar, he hurt his shoulder. So Afif Hussain came in place of him, and Shoriful Islam having a break. Hassan Mahmood playing.
All right. All the best for tonight. Rashid, are you happy to have a bat first here?
Well, would have been great to bowl first, but I think like in T20, pitch doesn't change much, but hopefully it doesn't rain and the ground remains a bit dry. So yeah, we just need to play positive cricket, good cricket, and that's what all matters for us.
What about the dew? If there's some dew tonight, how do you combat that, particularly as a wrist spinner?
Well, yeah, it is hard, but at the same time, you have those skills to use that, and the skills you have, the experience you have to bring that in the game as well at that time when there is no support from the wicket in the ground. But at the same time, that experience you have playing lots of cricket of T20s, I think that really helps, and definitely that will really help today as well, and we'll try my best to utilize that and play the good cricket.
Your men had a practice yesterday. Tell me a little bit about what you spoke to them about to try and overturn the other result on Friday.
Well, nothing much difference. We just need to play the natural game we have, and it's just about don't forget what the basics we can do right, and it's all about the basic. Once you do that right, I feel like the better result come out. But it's just about adjusting to the condition as soon as possible and taking a little bit time. And still, it's 120 balls to bat, and but more about is just focusing on keep playing your natural game and make sure you enjoy.
What about changes to your side?
Yeah, we have one change. Farid Malik misses out, and debutant Wafadar Mohammed is.
Fantastic. All the best for tonight.
Thank you so much.
Right, so the news from the middle. It's Bangladesh. They've won the toss. They're going to bowl first. Right, bowl first. Interesting. This surface has got, it's a bit patchy, to be honest. There's some green areas, which I think will make sure that there's some carry, and there's a bit of pace, which is great for the seam bowlers. But there is some dry areas in the surface. And if the spinners manage to collect those dry areas, we might see some turn as well. I think the biggest concern for the players this evening is really going to be the dew factor. The bowlers struggle to hold the ball. The surface, I think, is a really good one. I wouldn't be surprised if it's about 160, 165. That might be a competitive total. But all in all, I think we're in for a cracker.
We've known and selected International Cricket Stadium is jam-packed. It's already chock-a-block. No surprises here because it was a cracker of a match. I've got Ahmed Farhad Fidai to tell us a little bit more about Afghanistan team.
Thank you. Explosive opening pair, stability out in the middle. Nabi has been in the form, Najibullah Sadran, but it's good to see Wafadar Mohammed, who will get to have his T20 international debut after the test debut he had for Afghanistan. He is going to be handed over his 51st T20 international cap for Afghanistan. So the 51st player to represent Afghanistan in the T20i. What a moment.
All right, Bangladesh have made two changes. In comes Hassan Mahmoud, the seamer, and also Afif. He's just up the order. I'm not too sure whether he's going to open or not. We'll have to wait and see because he might be right at the top of the order. Lichon and Shanto, Shakib. What about those two young guns, Ridoy and Shamim? Yes, they have a job in their hands, especially the bowlers because they're bowling first here. The two openers are walking their way in to the middle. Ramanullah Gobaz. We've heard about him through Jonathan Trott that the longer he bats, it's Afghanistan chances of winning matches are more and more. Hazratullah Zazai can be devastating with the bat. So have a look at that best of 162, an unbeaten 162. Would you believe it? In a T20 international, that's what he can do, the kind of damage that he can do. So they'll need to be at their best because they're already one down. They're up against Taskin Ahmed, who's really worked so hard on his fitness, closing in on his 50th T20 international wicket. Yeah, he can be a touch expensive, but what is important for Bangladesh that he is also a wicket taker. That's the weather. It's very humid, 82% humidity. We just hope that the clouds are just around, but not really on the top of the stadium. Sharfadullah Ibn Shoaid Shoikat, umpire, probably waiting for a minute. As we see everybody, especially the fans, will be eager because what a contest we saw. The first T20 international. Nearly changed it, the game on its head. Karim Jannat picking up those that hat-trick in the very last over. Right. In comes Taskin Ahmed. Straight away runs. The open spaces is off the mark with a couple of runs, so you need to be absolutely sure, because if you look at the field set for the right-hander, there is a mid-on, but there is a big gap between the fielder at mid-on and short fine. There's no one covering that area. So tap it, run. A good start for Rahmanullah.
I wonder it will be the same for the entirety of the innings, because Rahmanullah Gurbaz is not going to constantly just stab it. He's going to start going off to the bowler.
That's well bowled. It's a bit of a shape there. It's the early overs. Yes, I think you're right, but as an opener, you've got to be absolutely 100% sure, because we saw him earlier on before the match. We saw Rahmanullah Gurbaz trying to hit sixes on those pitches right next to this, just a couple of pitches away from where the match is being held. So maybe the idea is, yes, you would want to go and hit sixes, but you also would want to get a bit of a time, because you don't want to go and try to hit sixes right from the word go, and you never know. You miss it one, you're back in the hut. Only called a wide it is.
Well, Taskin Ahmed has developed a very deceptive, slower delivery. It's very hard to pick off the hand, and he's got the fielder at the deep square leg and at the third man region. Remember, in the first T20i, he got Rahmanullah Gurbaz foxed for a slower ball, and that's very difficult to pick as a batter when you watch him bowl that delivery, and he bowls it up front, so he doesn't wait long to bowl that delivery.
That's well bowled. I like this surface. I really love this ground. There is patches of green you can see, but there are also a bit of a bare patches. It is the grass which has been nicely rolled in. It's hard. It should be very good for batting, because once you see this, and once what we saw in that first T20 International, the ball was coming on nicely onto the bat. And going back to the point that you make, Fidai, I completely agree with you, because you want to take the pace off the ball. And have a look at the distance. 72 meters. Long off, 68 long on, 64 mid-wicket. There you go. That's gone all the way. I went really after it. It threw the kitchen sink there, and he's got away with it. That is a biggie.
His heart must have been in his mouth when he went after it, because he could not connect as cleanly as he would have wanted. It was an edge that flew for a maximum. He came after him to try and smash the sixes that you said earlier he was practicing, but that's a lucky 55-meter long six away from the reach of the fielder who's been placed there at the third man region.
Well, the scoreboard will show 6. Doesn't really matter how it comes, but it'll play in the mind of the batter. I can tell you that. Oh, this time it's a short one. He wants it himself, and he takes it. Wicket number 50 in T20 International, and it has come in the very first over.
Yeah, Rahmanullah Gurbaz once again becoming so much impatient. And look at the cheer, the crowd, enjoying it to the maximum. What a wicket this is. It got so quick on Rahmanullah Gurbaz, not able to connect. And straight into the hands of Taskin Ahmed, who claims the catch for his 50th wicket in the T20i. What a milestone, and what a player he is for Bangladesh. Rahmanullah Gurbaz departs after making only 8. Afghanistan are 9 for 1.
wicket earlier, very early in the very first over, brings Ibrahim Zadran in the middle. We're talking about the kind of shot that he got away with. Raman Lagur was trying to down the wicket, getting an outside edge for a 6. But then he wanted to repeat the similar kind of shot. And that's the problem. Never in a good position. And it's a very well-judged catch of his own bowling. 50th T20 international wicket for Taskin Ahmed. Good over, really good over. A wicket in that over. Afghanistan 9 for 1. He had problems with his injuries, but he's a wicket taker. He bowls with some serious pace. And they made a couple of changes. He's one of them, Hassan Mahmood. Shorturl Islam being rested. The left arm seamer. They have now the liberty of resting seamers. Because the bench strength is quite strong for Bangladesh. Again, a single, so it gets off the mark with a single, and it's breath of fresh air, isn't it, for any team if you have the liberty to make sure that you rest one, and then you have a number of players available to replace the seamer that I'm talking about. He'll be very disappointed, Fidai, very, very disappointed.
Well, absolutely, but the problem is that you as a batter only get one chance. You were rightly talking about it. One bad shot and you're back in the dugout. Talking about Bangladesh, liberty of being able to rest their bowlers. I also appreciate the fact that they have brought Hassan Mahmood, because he is a better death bowler for Bangladesh. We saw in the first T20i, Bangladesh consecutively conceded 17 runs in the over 17, 18 and 19. Now, Hassan Mahmood that I have followed is a really good death over bowler, which Bangladesh will want to bang on.
Well, he's opening the bowling here for Bangladesh. So they're looking at different options. How to use someone like Hassan Mahmood. They know how he bowls at the death. That's the one that went all the way. And that's that very next delivery. He's trying to hit a big one. Top edge. Done and dusted. Clever. Yeah, maybe a little bit too far for him to reach out. Lovely delivery. He's getting this lovely shape away from the right-hander. So not only is good at the dead while trying to bowl the Yorkers, but he has the ability, the skills to move the white new ball.
Yeah, absolutely. A very skillful bowler. And bowling in partnership with Taskin Ahmed, who's already given the breakthrough to Bangladesh. It always plays in the mind when you already have put the opposition one down. So all of a sudden the game changes. It's these small moments that you capitalize on as a team, and you continue on and win the game.
Again, the bounce, yes, a little bit wide, but it looked like the batter, Ibrahim Zadran, went fishing again. So it's going to be interesting to see. Once the ball is doing that much, yes, they have a slip in place. Do you get another slip in or not?
He premeditated his shot in the first T20i. He saw the ball, that pitch shorter, and he thought that he would be able to clear the area because there was no one in the deep. But at times you get edgy. and you give away your wicket. Throw it straight into the hands of the wicketkeeper or to the first slip. So it's very important that he's done his homework on that, and he doesn't get. This is how he gave it away. He said he thought that there was already a chance, and he premeditated that shot. So early on the shot.
Yeah, intentionally. A bowled, it's the bounce. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I feel that not a bad idea to get a second slip in place. Even the ball before the last delivery, it was bounce and pace. And there is the shape which is moving away from the right-hander. He's bowled well. He's bowled single wide, but he's hitting the right areas. As well as Shanto is in the slip. Have a look at that delivery. It's a beauty to finish the over. It's a 1-1 for 1. It is gloomy. It's getting a little bit dark. A couple of changes for Bangladesh. Afif Hussain and Hassan Mahmood and Wafadar Mohammed making debut. Played the inaugural test match. He's played the 2 test matches. Nicely done. Beautifully. Just pitched up. It was an over-pitch delivery. He didn't try to hit it too hard. Really good piece of timing from Zazai.
This is really good, in the crowd from Afghanistan also enjoying this. This is really good cricket. Full ball and plays it to the merit. That's a very, very good looking shot. Look at the placement. Full face of the bat. Wait for it. And play to perfection. Good shot.
They're beautifully balanced. Lovely stride in. Lovely finish. It's a clever piece of bowling from Taskin Ahmed, the first over. He saw him coming down the wicket, so he set him up very nicely. There you go, setting up just on the shorter side, a little bit shorter, back of the length. Then he saw him going down the wicket again. It was again on the shortest side because he knew that he was attempting to be a little bit aggressive in the very first over. Really good, very good, clever piece of bowling, intelligent from Taskin Ahmed.
So what he did right was also bowling it away from his reach. He didn't allow Gurbaz to be able to get a good reach on that ball to be able to clear the boundary. So also cramping him for that room to be able to clear the field. You see, that's how he got him out. Not giving him the liberty of playing it how he was intending to hit that shot. A really clever bowler that for Bangladesh, Taskin Ahmed. And he doesn't like that. Absolutely. It feels so bad. I can feel you.
He's gone only himself to blame. And you can see the carry and the bounce, yet it has been called a wide. So when you see the surface offering that much bounce, you got to prepare yourself as a bowler because you don't want to get carried over. It's going at a brisk pace also to the keeper's hand. The back of the length is not a bad idea because we haven't seen yet Zazai going down the wicket or trying to make an impression. Just what Ramanullah did. Gone. Take it. Lovely delivery. Again, it looked like that he wanted to play it towards the third man area. There was a slip in place. Poor shot selection. Pays a big price. Another one goes.
Yeah, he was in two minds. He took a stride forward and then went back. A nothing shot really, but what a beautiful piece of bowling this from Taskin Ahmed. Just creating that opportunity and sending both the openers of Afghanistan back into the dugout. Afghanistan are now 16 for 2 after the loss of Hazratullah Sazai.
Mohammad Nabi has got himself a promotion. Why not? 54 and unbeaten 54 in 40 in the first T20 international. Tons of experience. More than 100 games. Yep. They would want him to give them a good start here because they've already lost to both the openers. 2 slip in place. That's what I wanted to see, and this is really good from Shakib Al Hasan. Now he's finally realized that yes, the ball is moving, there is bounce, and if there's any opportunity whatsoever, it does get the nick and it's away from the keeper. They've got not 1 but 2 slip in place. Well done. That's an attacking mindset from Shakib Al Hasan. Oh, nicely bowled. Perhaps just going down the leg side.
Oh, what a rhythm he's been in. He doesn't want to wait. He just wants to bowl as fast as he can, as quickly as he can. And he's really put Afghanistan on the back foot. He's really been in a beautiful rhythm. Look at this. No clue. Mohammad Nabi completely missing it, but lucky that this was going down the leg side. He pleaded, he asked the question of the umpire and asking, please, can I get another one? The 3rd wicket to the name of Taskin Ahmed, but no, not to be. We won't have to wait long if he is in this rhythm.
Oh! Literally unplayable delivery to finish the over. 16 for 2. This is an excellent start. Shakib Al Hasan had no hesitation to put Afghanistan in after winning the toss. And the bowlers, especially Taskin Ahmed, has repaid the fate. He's picked up 2 already. Have a look at that. This is beautifully bowled also. There is movement. It's not only just bounce is a concern, it's also the movement. It's hit him on the right elbow. Second last ball of the previous over, that would have gone down the leg side. But it just came in. There was the movement which beat the bat. Yeah, they bowled well. We haven't seen Fizz yet in the attack. They picked up 2 wickets already. Taskin Ahmed has been on fire. He's hit for 6 wickets at the outside edge. came back strongly. The pitch was short, forced the batter to play a little bit late, and then he does the rest. This was a lovely delivery. Lazai is trying to guide it. It's a little bit too late. The ball has just gone past, and bowled with pace and bounce. Is certainly turning out to be a lively pitch here at the Galle International Cricket Stadium.
It's that kind of a day when, as a Bangladesh fan, you will want for Taskin to just keep bowling. It's when you look at the rules of the game that a bowler can only bowl 6 deliveries. It's just after 6 deliveries that the bowler has to change, because the kind of rhythm he has been in. Look at how well he's bowled. He's already got past 50 T20 international wickets with a 2-4 for creating edges again. This will be cut off. That's good fielding. So excellent cricket all together by Bangladesh.
Yeah, the brand of cricket that they have started to play in this format of the game has been very impressive. We've seen the ball flying around. Have a look at this delivery. Look at this. This is a ripper. That is brilliantly bowled. Back of the length, climbed, and also movement. It's nicely played by Mohammad Nabi. Also, just getting the right hand off the bat. Well, enough is enough. I've got 2 slips for him also. Tanveer Ahmed, standing in his 18th T20 international from Bangladesh. And Sharfuddola Ibn Shoaid Shoikat, standing in his 43rd T20 international, also from Bangladesh. Cuts away nicely. Third umpire to the right of the screen is Masudur Rahman Mukul, and right next to him is Niamur Rashid Rahul, former Bangladesh international, the match referee. All-rounder. Right and medium pace. Middle order bat. Yeah, they bowled really well, hardly giving anything away here. It's the 4th over. They've only crawled to 18, and they've also lost 2 wickets. Qazi Sohail, the 4th umpire. Pretty busy. I wouldn't know what this is turning out to be. He's only conceded 2 singles here. Again, the bounce, but he's played it nicely. Got on top of it, made sure that it went into the ground. Single to finish the over. After 4, Afghanistan 19 for 2. There's going to be contribution from 5, 6, 7. Najibullah Zadran, Karim Jannat, Rashid Khan, but the ones in the middle will have to do a better job. Right. Spin. Nasum Ahmed. Four overs of a seam. Left arm orthodox. Best of 4 for 10. Strong offside field. Swing and a miss.
The kind of days Afghanistan has not been able to put an impressive total during the power play overs. And Nasu Mohammad already bowling that miserly wicket-to-wicket length, not giving room. It's important that Afghanistan do not lose another wicket from here.
There's a hint of turn. The last ball. Yes, we spoke about the bounce and the swing, movement for the seamers. The second delivery that he bowled, there was a hint of a turn also. There's something for the bowlers. He started with 3 dots. Pick up a single here. But this is the ball that I was talking about. He went after it. Look at it. There is turn. There is definitely turn there.
Well, we've seen how the wicket has behaved since Bangladesh has started bowling, but at the same time, they've really bowled in the good areas. They haven't given anything away to the Afghanistan batters. And that's the reason why you can see Afghanistan now are only 20 for 2 in the 5th over. Nasu Mohammad coming in and also impacting 4 dot balls. That's all the pressure into the mind of the Afghanistan batters.
They had to pick up a quick single. They needed a direct hit. It's 21 for 2.
They've been impressive. They really have. 21 for 2 Afghanistan. The seamers have bowled with pace. They've got bounce. There's been seam movement and some swing as well. So lots of work for Afghanistan to do here. Just the single over left of the power play, and new man. That's beautifully timed for 4. They needed that boundary.
That's a shot of a man in great confidence. Look at that, he picked that outside the off stump. And look at that wrist work there. A great shot. Not easy to play that, I can tell you.
That was right out the middle of the bat. Well, there's plenty of pace in the surface, so you can use it, time the ball. And again, at this time there is protection. 2 more. From around the wicket, he's just straying onto the leg side here, Mustafizur Rahman.
Shakib Al Hasan having a chat with Mustafizur Rahman. Probably he will come now. Over the wicket, change his angle. What a beautiful sight, HD. Outstanding. Right, 6 runs of the first 2 balls. Fine leg is up inside the circle. Mustafizur changed his angle. It's coming over the wicket now.
Just let his hands go at that, Nubby. Just saw a little bit of width and thought, well, I'll have a look at this, but it's a bottom edge. So important here, if you're a Bangladesh supporter, for Mustafizur to follow the good work that has already been done by, in particular, Tuscan Ahmed. First 3 deliveries have been a little bit loose. Away with that. Again onto the leg stump.
but the seamers for Bangladesh have been very, very impressive.
They maintain a tight line. Look at the length there. Hardly anything fuller. 46% short. They got a couple of wickets with that short stuff strategy. Hardly anything full. So they came up with a strategy. Nothing in front. Let the batsman go back.
He liked the ball short, didn't he? That'll fall safely. Scurry through for 2. Now you can understand that, that might be the ploy that Bangladesh go with, particularly if they find a surface like this one where there is a little bit of pace and there is a little bit of bounce, knowing that Afghanistan aren't accustomed to playing against that type of aggressive bowling on a pitch that has this type of pace and bounce. They play a lot of their cricket. Their home ground is in the UAE. And those are void of grass. There is nothing. You can't find grass on those surfaces in the UAE. So this aggressive ploy tends to work. This one goes through mid-wicket. That's not a good over from Mustafizur Rahman. He's released the pressure somewhat for Afghanistan. It ends the 6th. The power play's done. 34 for 2. Well, that first over that went for 10, those were fortunate runs because one went over third man for 6 off a top edge. But the 6th over, they were all legitimate strokes. It wasn't a good over from the left armour, Mustafizur. He didn't bowl well. And it meant that 13 was scored off that final over in the power play. Now does Nabi and Ibrahim Zadran, do they just knock it around or do they continue that Afghan aggression? This is the boundary of the last over. Just timed through mid-wicket. Again on leg stump. Bowled too many there.
Well, Bangladesh will be happy over the fact that they managed to restrict power in the power play of Afghanistan for 34. In the first game, Afghanistan scored 40 for 3 in the power play. And they have maintained that tight thing in the power play throughout this year. In fact, they are the best over the teams playing across the world in this format in the first 6 overs in terms of economy rate.
This evening falls, so dew tends to fall on the outfield and on the surface.
Gotcha.
And it makes bowling a whole lot more difficult. The ball tends to skid on a little bit, which the batters enjoy, so the turn that is on offer early on disappears, and the ball also becomes tougher to grip. It's gone fine. So 2 more will conclude the over, 4 from it, 38 for 2. Well, when we see pictures with no rain, this time of year in Sylhet, we are happy. We are all smiles. And so are those that have turned up here at this ground again, because very impressive crowds here in Sylhet.
Afghanistan, 7.16 in the last year inside the power play, which I tell you what, if you were to say that to the team, to the Afghanistan team, if you were to say to them that you are lost, they would disagree with you, because they feel that they've got all these power hitters up front, but it's not working because of the amount of dot balls that are accumulated while they look for all those boundaries. Shakib Al Hassan into the attack. I'm not sure why I introduce him, because the crowd do that for us, don't they? When he comes on to bowl, they Shakib.
There's a bit of rain out there. Yeah. It just mentioned about the rain, HD, and it's on.
Yeah, I said we're happy when we see pictures without rain. And on the flip side, we are not happy when we see pictures with rain. And before it gets too heavy, the umpires have made the correct call, and they're going to allow the ground staff a little bit of time. They won't have much to get those covers on the ground. They've been fantastic throughout the ODI series as well as the T20 International series. Their work rate and work ethic has been second to none to ensure that the playing surface, and that includes the square and the bowlers' run-ups, get covered in time, and that so when the rain does stop, that we're able to continue play quite quickly. But as I've mentioned, this time of year in Bangladesh, and particularly here in Sylhet, it is the monsoon season and rain is expected. We were lucky in that first T20 International. Let's hope that we are lucky in this one. But not a bad start by Bangladesh, particularly from Tuscan Ahmed and from Hassan Mahmood to get rid of Ramanullah Gurbaz. First up, a little caught and bowled. He was well supported by Hassan Mahmood, but Tuscan Ahmed was responsible for the second wicket as well, that of Hazratullah Zazai. Little outside edge, neat catch by Liton Kumar Dash. And at this point you thought, well, hang on, this is a seamer's paradise. But in 20 over cricket, seamers can only bowl 4 overs, and we've seen spin brought on. We've seen Mustafizur Rahman struggle slightly. Work to be done for Afghanistan.
Both the openers are back in the hut, and it's Taskin Ahmed removing both the Afghan openers. It's bowled really well with a tight line and length, testing the batters with his short deliveries. As I mentioned, Taskin is the peak of the bowlers, picking up both the openers, but we have still a lot of game left and hope this rain stops.
So at 39 for 2 after 7.2 overs, those are not good sights. However, it normally does pass quite quickly, and let's hope that that is the case. But as soon as we have better news and better pictures, we'll be back. We'll see you soon.
Cover the whole field. कौन सा बिल लेके आऊँ? पेल और स्टेप लेके आऊँ? 2 बिल लेके आना और 3 बिल लेके आऊँ? सारे 3 उसको ऑन करने वाला 3 सर फॉरेस्ट चेक करना अभी फॉरेस्ट
Attention to the ICC and redistribution policy. Policy statement on inappropriate conduct. It shall be a breach of the terms and conditions of entry to the venue for any ticket holder to engage in any conduct, whether through the use of language, gestures or otherwise, which is likely to offend, insult, humiliate, intimidate, threaten, disparage, or vilify any other person, including players, match officials, or spectators, on the basis of their race, religion, culture, color, descent, nationality, ethnic origin, sex, gender, sexual orientation, disability, marital status, or maternity status. Such action will not be tolerated and is likely to result in ejection from the venue, the imposition of other sanctions, such as being banned from the venue in the future, and possible further action, including criminal prosecution.
স্টেডিয়ামে উপস্থিত সবার মনোযোগ আকর্ষণ করছে আইসিসি বৈষম্য বিরোধী নীতি, অনুপযুক্ত আচরণ সম্পর্কিত নীতি বিবৃতি, আইনি ধারা ও প্রয়োগ। আইসিসির বৈষম্য বিরোধী নীতি মোতাবেক টিকিটধারী কোনো দর্শকের কোনো আচরণ, ভাষা তথা কথাবার্তা, মন্তব্য, অঙ্গভঙ্গি বা অন্য কিছু খেলা চলাকালীন স্টেডিয়ামে অবস্থানরত কোনো ব্যক্তিকে, যথা খেলোয়াড়, ম্যাচ অফিসিয়াল বা দর্শককে তার জাতিসত্তা, ধর্ম, সংস্কৃতি, রং, গোত্র, জাতীয়তা, জাতিগত উৎস, লিঙ্গ, লিঙ্গগত দৃষ্টিভঙ্গি, অক্ষমতা, বৈবাহিক এবং মাতৃত্ব অবস্থা বিবেচনায় অপমান, লাঞ্ছনা, ভয়ভীতি বা হুমকির উদ্দেশ্যে পরিচালিত করে তা স্টেডিয়ামে প্রবেশের শর্তাবলী লঙ্ঘন বলে বিবেচিত হবে। এই ধরনের আচরণ সহ্য করা হবে না এবং ফলস্বরূপ উক্ত দায় ব্যক্তিকে স্টেডিয়াম থেকে তৎক্ষণাৎ বহিষ্কার করা সহ তার উপর অন্যান্য নিষেধাজ্ঞা আরোপ এবং ভবিষ্যতে তার স্টেডিয়ামে প্রবেশ নিষিদ্ধ করা হতে পারে। এমনকি পরবর্তী পদক্ষেপ হিসেবে ওই ব্যক্তির বিরুদ্ধে ফৌজদারি আইনে মামলা করা হতে পারে।
ছুঁড়ে ফেলা একটি দণ্ডনীয় অপরাধ। এমন কর্মকাণ্ডের সাথে কেউ যদি জড়িত থাকে তাহলে তাদেরকে মাঠ থেকে বহিষ্কার করা হতে পারে, অপরাধমূলক আইনি ব্যবস্থা নেওয়া হতে পারে, ছবি অথবা ভিডিও ইমেজের মাধ্যমে শনাক্ত করে তাদের বিরুদ্ধে আজীবন নিষেধাজ্ঞা আরোপ করা হতে পারে। দর্শকদের অবগত করা যাচ্ছে যে খেলা চলাকালীন সময় মাঠের ভিতরে পানির বোতল অথবা অন্য কোনো দ্রব্য সামগ্রী ছুঁড়ে ফেলা একটি দণ্ডনীয় অপরাধ। এমন কর্মকাণ্ডের সাথে কেউ যদি জড়িত থাকে তাহলে তাদেরকে মাঠ থেকে বহিষ্কার করা হতে পারে, অপরাধমূলক আইনি ব্যবস্থা নেওয়া হতে পারে, ছবি অথবা ভিডিও ইমেজের মাধ্যমে শনাক্ত করে তাদের বিরুদ্ধে আজীবন নিষেধাজ্ঞা আরোপ করা হতে পারে। Attention to all. ICC Anti-Discrimination Policy. Policy statement on inappropriate conduct. It shall be a breach of the terms and conditions of entry to the venue for any ticket holder to engage in any conduct, whether through the use of language, gestures, or otherwise, which is likely to offend, insult, humiliate, intimidate, threaten, disparage, or vilify any other person, including players, match officials, or spectators, on the basis of their race, religion, culture, color, descent, nationality, ethnic origin, sex, gender, sexual orientation, disability, marital status, or maternity status. Such action will not be tolerated and is likely to result in ejection from the venue, the imposition of other sanctions, such as being banned from the venue in the future, and possible further action, including criminal prosecution.
স্টেডিয়ামে উপস্থিত সবার মনোযোগ আকর্ষণ করছে আইসিসি বৈষম্য বিরোধী নীতি, অনুপযুক্ত আচরণ সম্পর্কিত নীতিমালাকে আইনি খেলা ও প্রয়োগ। আইসিসির বৈষম্য বিরোধী নীতি মোতাবেক টিকিট থেকে কোনো দর্শকের কোনো আচরণ, ভাষা তথা কথাবার্তা, মন্তব্য, অঙ্গভঙ্গি বা অন্য কিছু খেলা চলাকালীন স্টেডিয়ামে অবস্থানরত কোনো ব্যক্তিকে যথা খেলোয়াড়, ম্যাচ অফিসিয়াল বা দর্শককে তার জাতিসত্তা, ধর্ম, সংস্কৃতি, রং, গোত্র, জাতীয়তা, জাতিগত উৎস, লিঙ্গ, লিঙ্গগত দৃষ্টিভঙ্গি, অক্ষমতা, বৈবাহিক এবং মাতৃত্ব ব্যবস্থা বিবেচনা, অপমান, লাঞ্ছনা, ভয়ভীতি বা হুমকির উদ্দেশ্যে পরিচালিত করে তার স্টেডিয়ামে প্রবেশের শর্তাবলী লঙ্ঘন বলে বিবেচিত হবে। এই ধরনের আচরণ সহ্য করা হবে না এবং ফলস্বরূপ উক্ত দায় ব্যক্তিকে স্টেডিয়াম থেকে তৎক্ষণাৎ বহিষ্কার করা সহ তার উপর অন্যান্য নিষেধাজ্ঞা আরোপ এবং ভবিষ্যতে তার স্টেডিয়ামে প্রবেশ নিষিদ্ধ করা হতে পারে। এমনকি পরবর্তী পদক্ষেপ হিসেবে ওই ব্যক্তির বিরুদ্ধে ফৌজদারি আইনে মামলা করা হতে পারে।
There's some good news. It's the second and the last T20 International, the Walton Bangladesh versus Afghanistan T20 International Series 2023. Live from the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. Good news for the fans. The rains are stopped and the players are ready to get on with the game. Hats off to the fans. They were not afraid to get themselves drenched during the rain. They did not leave their seats. Okay, that's the revised conditions. 17 over match, power play overs 1 and 5. That's for the second innings when Bangladesh come on to bat, and then two bowlers can bowl maximum of 4 overs. At the moment, Afghanistan 39 for 2. They were getting in a bit of a momentum. Partnership 23 of 28. Remember, they took on Fizz in its very first over. Not before they were in a spot of bother, where Taskin Ahmad picked up a couple of wickets, sending back both the openers, Gurbaz and Zazai, back in the dugout pretty early. You see Ibrahim Zadran and Mohammad Nabi walking in. A very good evening. Did I?
Good evening, Athar Bhai. What a show this has been early on from Taskin Ahmad. He was absolutely on fire. He took early wickets, sending both the openers of Afghanistan back in the dugout, but Hassan Mahmood was no less. He really bowled so well, and they used the pitch and the wicket to perfection. Short ball, taking the batter of Rahmanullah Gurbaz. That was the first to fall for Afghanistan. And after that, in the third over, when Taskin Ahmad came back, Dazai edged one right into the hands of Liton Dash and took complete a good catch. So the game was halted for 1 hour and 38 minutes, and now we are back. The good news for the fans is, as you said, we will have the game resume, and it'll be 3 over shot. I think it is the stage set for Afghanistan. They can go hard at the bowlers here, and they have another less than 10 overs to play from here, already in the 7.2 overs.
It'll be interesting to see how the pitch behaves, because early on, certainly there was a lot happening for the seamer. Odd ball did turn. It is important to have a closer look, even for both the batters, because I know it's a shortened game, but you don't want to lose wickets. Both can play some big shots. We've already seen Mohammad Nabi in the first T20 International picking up a 50. Shakib, straight away he makes some room. Starts with a single. It's about partnership. Yes, they will be looking to hit boundaries, but they got to be spot on in terms of shot selection.
Absolutely, they have 57 more balls to play with. They have plenty of wickets from here, but the thing is, once Afghanistan has put a total over there after 17 overs, that will be revised according to the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method.
I think as a batter, you don't want to look that far ahead. What is important for both the batters and Afghanistan to ensure that they get a good start in here. Bangladesh on the other side would be hoping that they can knock off one of the players, get a new batter in as quickly as possible. He's looking around, Mohammad Nabi. Onto the pads, just trying to tuck it away on the onside, misses it.
Absolutely, the Afghanistan head coach Jonathan Trott wanted the game to start. They want to square the series. They've already lost the first one. Mohammad Nabi looked a little impatient to me, but he has been just clicking it around softly for Milkin Shakib Al Hassan. End of the over, 8 over done. Afghanistan are 43 for 2.
Revised conditions, 17 over match. Two bowlers can bowl a maximum of 4 overs. And the power play between 1 and 5 when Bangladesh come back for the chase. Right now, Nasim Ahmed spin from both ends. Shakib Al Hasan feels that since it's a shortened game, batters will be looking to play aggressively, play some big shots early on. He feels that the spinners will do the trick. He's bowled well, he's bowled impressively, very good economy. He's just gone for 7 runs in his third over, Nasim Ahmed. Well, they're looking to play big shots, but that one has just fallen short from the fielder who was coming in from long on. He's lucky, very lucky indeed.
Mohammad Nabi has been trying to go after the bowlers right from the way word go that he's come back. This time making a lot of room. The ball is too slow to be able to connect properly. Good for him that it does not connect properly, so it falls into the no man's land. This time he drives this Ibrahim Zadran, but should be only 1 because there is protection over there. This might be the last over for Nasim Ahmed because we know that there can be only 2 bowlers that can bowl a maximum of 4 overs. So what do you reckon, Athar Bhai? Would he want to continue with Nasim Ahmed with another over?
I think he more than likely to, because he's bowled well. That's a short one. That's a long off. Oh! It's straight in. And it's straight out.
Actually, it went like a rocket into the hands of the captain, Shakib Al Hasan. Very quick and straight in, straight out, as you put it. Shakib Al Hasan, the captain, dropping. Was that another one? So back-to-back chances for Mohammad Nabi. You tell Shakib that was too fast. But with Lytton Dash in the gloves in your hand,
it's a lovely delivery. Turn and bounce. He has a genuine edge. I reckon it was a nick. Look at that bounce. Look at that bounce. Looked like that it might have been a bit of an outside edge. He's bowled well, hasn't he? He nearly picked up not 1 but 2 wickets. Twice he had the batter hitting in the air, but was not lucky. Just 4 in that over. After 9, Afghanistan 47 for 2. Eventful over from Nasim Ahmed. 1 in the air, which was not close enough for Afif Hussain to come from long on. The other went straight. It was a long off, but smashed it. Was going very quickly, and Shakib could not hold on to it. He's trying to move down the leg side. That will be a wide. He wants to get into that arc to play towards the long on and mid wicket.
Yeah, the other one dropped by Lytton Dash. The fact that it got the nick. Here we go. We see the confirmation of the spike after the ball passes off the bat of Mohammad Nabi. He has been restless out in the middle. He needs to hit one, middle one, so that he can get going. He doesn't. This time, appeal for a catch. And the ball's coming in, finally. The restless stay of Mohammad Nabi comes to an end. Mustafizur take the wicket for Bangladesh.
He's just trying a little bit too hard, Mohammad Nabi. Was lucky in that particular over against Nasim. Not this time around. Went for the big swing. Mustafizur was expensive, but he's come back strongly here. Yeah, inside edge. And a low catch in the front. He knew he had his man. Chris will be very, very happy. Nabi goes for 16. It's 48 for 3. Zadran walks in, left-hander. Yeah, they keep on losing wickets quickly. And there'll be hardly any runs on the board. What a cracking shot that is. That is a brilliant shot. It was short, it was wide, and put away in lovely style.
Najibullah Zadran opens his account with a beautiful shot. It was with an offer, and he cashed it with a boundary. 4 to start with, and he will want to continue from here for Afghanistan if Afghanistan wants a chance to beat Bangladesh and square the series. Najibullah Zadran is not a stranger to the task. While chasing in the Asia Cup against Bangladesh, he hit 6 sixes to chase down that impossible looking target after Afghanistan lost the early wickets.
Since then, Bangladesh is a different team altogether. Big swing, inside edge, confirmation there. Yeah, he didn't wait actually, he would initially walk, then he stopped. Oh, they could not believe it. Right. So you speak about hitting sixes, you've got to pick the right one. Remember, Mohammad Nabi were trying to hit those big hits. Got out in that fashion. Projected score at 9 runs in an over, 120. That might just sail over, it does. Oh, well caught. That is lovely. But it's a 6.
Only if this was within the ropes and Bangladesh fielder had been able to catch it, but that man should be proud for what a beautiful catch that he got. Ibrahim Zadran gets into the action in a maximum 61 meters long 6. Afghanistan need many of this. Good catch, man. Really good one.
Yeah, it was pretty cool, wasn't he? Took the catch and threw the ball back straight away. And a lovely smile on his face. He's really playing some good shots. And they'll be looking for the second. Good running, very good running. Excellent running. Just putting a bit of a pressure on the fielder.
That's what you want to do. Fit, quick between the wickets, both Najibullah Zadran and Ibrahim Zadran.
Yeah, he went for 12 runs in the first over. Remember, he's picked up a wicket. Now he's gone for 14. Fizz. He's picked up a wicket, but he's been expensive. He's been very expensive. This will get them going, Afghanistan. Well bowled. Still managed to steal a single. 15 in that over and a wicket. After 10, 62 for 3. Bowled with fire, 2 for 14. Fizz among the wicket, but look, he's given away quite a lot. Oh, that's gone way up in the air, and Afif takes it beautifully. It was a long time in the air, not an easy one, but took it pretty simple.
Another man on a mission to up the ante. Ibrahim Zadran, after hitting a marvelous 6 off the over of Fizz, this time cannot connect. The bat turned into his hand. That's the reason why he couldn't get the connection. Safe hands off Hafiz Hussain. Takes the catch. Afghanistan are 4 down now. Ibrahim Zadran, after making a good 22, Afghanistan are now 62 for 4.
Azmatullah Omarzai, the right-hander, is the new batter. I just feel that they think a little bit too much about that 3 overs that has been taken out due to the rain. He's 23 years of age. We still have to bat 7 more overs. They've lost 2 more after the rain break. Oh, edge. Lucky. It is very, very fast outfield. Most of it will not be able to pull it back. 4.
That was a lucky edge for Azmatullah Omarzai. He was not in control of that shot. He wanted to play it with the straight bat, but it bounced more on him and ran down to the boundary. A lucky boundary, welcome boundary for Afghanistan.
It's the bounce, isn't it? Quite evident for the seamers, for the spinners. That's the wicket. Afif playing his first match of the series. Judge it to perfection. Some really good news for the fans for Bangladesh women's team. For the very first time, Bangladesh women has beaten India in an ODI by 40 runs by DLS method. So congratulations to the Bangladesh women's team. Such a good result, such a lovely result.
And absolutely congratulations from my side as well. The prediction came true and said that we'll win, and they did win.
I think it was a skipper, Nika Sultana, who said that Bangladesh are the favorites. She's backed it up with a win. The full credit to the Bangladesh women's team for achieving that milestone, and wish them all the very best for the rest of the matches. For both the teams. Right. Hold it. A little bit quicker. Straighter. You miss, I hit. Another one goes.
Najibullah Sadran cannot believe it. It's gone upstairs and they will check it.
Be umpire to director, referrer for checking bold. Can you show me your best angle, please? TB umpire to director. Oh, go back. I am satisfied. It's a bold.
I just wanted to make sure, but he has to go onto the stump, so another one goes. Zadran goes for 5, 67 for 5. Karim Jannat is the new batter. Picked up a hat-trick and nearly won the game from the jaws of defeat. Well, he's got a job in hand with the bat now. Omarzai will also need to score and score quickly. They've just been losing too many wickets. That one just kept low, didn't it? Rookie shooting off the stumps. Raqib Al Hassan picking up his second wicket.
He came into bowl and took 2 crucial wickets in the variable bounce, impacting that breakthrough. And interestingly, seeing how the spin has played, Shakib Al Hassan has decided to bring in Nasum to play the 4th over, to bowl the 4th over as well. And we know that because of the different conditions now, only 2 bowlers can play maximum 4 overs. So this is Nasum Ahmed playing the 4th in his final over.
He's been very economical, so why not use him? Absolutely brilliant. I think that is a correct decision. It's been a pleasure, Ahmad Farhat Fidai. Lovely to have you around here. Really good experience. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much for being here with us. We enjoyed every moment of it, and we wish you safe travels.
Thank you very much, Athar Bhai. I've enjoyed it thoroughly. Your company of all the co-commentators and the entire crew, and the hospitality that Bangladesh and the people provided. It was a great blessing indeed, looking out there in the middle, a comedy of errors. But what a pleasure it's been to work with you and be in this beautiful, beautiful country of Bangladesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here, being a part of the commentators in the comment box. And nice to know that you've enjoyed yourself here. Right. 72 for 5 after 12.
Right, so last 5 overs of this rain shortened fixture, just 17 overs, that's all Afghanistan have after the rain tumbled down here for over an hour. That might be a wide, and is.
Afghanistan did manage to score 60-odd runs in the first T20i of their remaining last 5 overs. Huge bounce from Hassan Mahmood. Even then, they had 5 wickets in hand. It's pretty much the same conditions.
They're running hard, but will only get 1. Yeah, but it's a different surface, I feel, to the first T20 International. This one's got a lot more bounce. You've certainly seen the seamers in the first 5 overs, how it troubled the opening batsman. That's a big difference. I might not look it, but it really is, considering how a batter lines up for the middle of the bat, and then that goes past the splice. This fellow was impressive. Hassan Mahmood. Tuscan may have got the wickets, but he bowled really well. Nasum has bowled 4, and so only one more bowler can bowl 4 overs. I wonder if Shakib will want those two, or if he'll give it to the seamers. A seamer. Oh, through and four. Mustafizur Rahman is having a torrid evening.
An outside edge. It's pitched full by Hassan Mahmood. Opened the face of the bat, and Mustafiz standing at short third. Could not stop it, even though, beg your pardon, it is Nasu Ahmed who was there at short third. Still get a boundary, Afghanistan. Much welcome one for them.
And he's still having a torrid evening, even though it wasn't him at short third. The Fizz, so good normally, but struggled tonight with the ball. Oh, this is middled. This is middled and out of here.
That was a slower delivery from Hassan Mahmood. Back of a hand, slower delivery, and it was picked up very early by Azmudullah Omarzai. Shakib Al Hassan, he is definitely not happy of it, happy about it. Look at that, full follow through, and he did connect it right from the middle.
Now the problem here is that with both deep third, or up in the ring, and backward point up in the ring, it doesn't leave Hassan Mahmood with much choice other than to bowl a slower ball. Now he can bowl seam up because he has that protection. The man was moved from point to deep point, and he bowls seam up, and now it's just run away for a single. But when the two fielders on the offside are both up inside the 30-yard circle, it's very difficult to bowl seam up, because a batter will just use the pace to run it past those two men. Better, much better. Spoiled by the slower ball. This is good running. That's excellent running. Excellent running. 2 from the over. Big over. 16 from it. 88 for 5. Climbing under 7 to the over, but the foot's certainly gone down here. Just 4 overs remain. Tuscan Ahmed is brought back into the attack. What about that from Hassan Mahmood? He had gone for 4 runs in his opening 2 overs, and then he gets a beating, goes for 16. So probably unlikely that Hassan Mahmood's going to be one of those bowlers that get to bowl 4. We haven't seen Mahdi Hassan Miraj tonight. He hasn't bowled. Third man up, fine leg up, extra cover and mid-off.
Tuscan Ahmed got 2 early wickets for Bangladesh, and you mentioned how well Hassan Mahmood had bowled in his first spell. Also talk about bowling in tandem, bowling in partnerships. Even though Hassan Mahmood did not get any wickets, he has contributed in the initial overs. Now they're bowling from different ends.
Away for 4. Away for 4. They're finding the boundary now, Afghanistan.
And boundary very early on in the over. Just the second delivery, and it was the back of a length. I think it was deliberate. Looks a bit deliberate. There was a fielder at short third. The fielder was not that fine. Now Mustafi's standing at short third has been moved finer, much closer to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, I'm not sure he tried to get it that fine, but he certainly tried to get it down towards deep third. Pace taken off.
Was Homer Zai the other night, who scored 33 of 18. Speaking of the first T20 international. A current run rate of 6.89 will get them to 117, but they'll be looking at 10 runs and over. Certainly, that would be a target for Afghanistan.
Oh, wow. That is the shot of the night.
And with that six, with that maximum, Karim Jannat completes 500 runs for himself in T20 international cricket. It was in the slot. Was in the slot. And connected it right from the middle of the bat for a handsome six.
He knew straight away. As soon as he made contact, he knew that was out the ground. Oh, he hit himself off his feet. This one smeared through mid-wicket. Just bearing in mind that the target will be an adjusted one. Duckworth Lewis Stern will adjust that target.
Already 12 runs up this over, so they are on course. Last over, the run rate was closing in on the 7. Now it's 7.23. Hundreds come up, 100 for 5.
Well, good pace. Good pace. There's a half appeal from the keeper, then Tuscan responds, but in the end, they decide against it. That's the end of the 14th, 100 for 5. Misfield. Just wondering if we can excuse the fielders at the moment for some of the misfields that we're seeing, because not only is it humid out there and sweaty, but the outfield is certainly wet. It took a while for the umpires to decide to come back onto the ground. There were certainly some areas on the playing surface that were wet. But Shakib is back into the attack here. And it looks as though he's going to be the man to bowl the 4 overs.
Yeah, Miraj in the deep. Good throw from him. Yeah, Shakib in for his 3rd over. It's given the two paces, Tuscan and Hassan Mahmood, over a piece again after the resumption of play.
Well, the only thing is that does he bowl the man who's had a dreadful evening, Mustafizur Rahman? And I say that with the utmost respect. We know what a wonderful performer he is. He just seems to be having one of those days. But someone's got to bowl one from the eye screen end. If Shakib is going to bowl the last one from this end, the Walton end, or is he prepared to throw the ball to Mehdi Hassan Miraj to bowl just 1 over? Hasn't been used tonight.
Did get 2 wickets. Shakib Al Hasan bowling the 11th over. been 5 of the 5 deliveries in this one. Wouldn't mind that. I just have a feeling Afghanistan like this setup, this oval curtled format. Fancy it.
That's a good over. You would take that any day of the week. 6 off it, 6 singles, 106 for 5. Just the one blip against Pakistan as far as Bangladesh goes in bilateral series at home since 2021. Those are big names that they've overturned. Australia, New Zealand, England. That shows you the trend that the Bangladesh T20 side are heading. They're heading in an upward trend. They've got a lot better at this form of the game. He's played a big part in it, Shakib Al Hasan.
They certainly have had a good run. A very good run in recent times, past couple of years, since 2021. Mustafiz is in for his 3rd over. One more over to go after this. 106 for 5 of Afghanistan. Previous over only went for 6.
It's a wide. I mean, you can understand Shakib making this call because to bowl Mirage for 1 over, when you come in cold, you know that Afghanistan are going to put the foot down. So you can understand the call that Shakib has made to bowl Mustafizur Rahman. It's just the night that he's had so far. As a captain, you must be thinking, please just get it right for 6 balls. He started with a wide, and now the field has changed. Deep square leg comes up. Long on goes back, which to me suggests he's going to go and throw bowl up to the back, wide of off stump. There we go, just like that.
And what I like about that is it's the presence of mind of the vice captain who's standing behind the stumps, Liton Dash, who suggested that to the skipper, Shakib Al Hasan. He's called him up, says, Cap, how about we go for that? As he's going to pitch the ball up outside the off stump. It's a complete team effort.
Problem is with the angle. So the field says he's going to bowl full outside off stump, but with that angle, if he squeezes it past the man at backward point, it will run away for 4 very, very quickly. But he's got them perfect. He's got 2 perfect deliveries.
That is exactly what he specializes in, the fizz. Got that slower cutter also. It is hot and humid. Getting some dust onto the hands. Within the mark. Right on the money.
What needs to happen for Omazai here is he needs to crowd the stumps. He almost needs to stand onto off stump and say, I dare you to bowl at my pads. Because if you do, and I get bat on it, I'll get a boundary down the leg side. But there's no ways that I'm going to miss out if you go at that wide line. Going to be just 1. Now again, I don't understand the stroke because there's a deep third that's very fine. To me, he's got to be trying to get that pass backward point for 4. That's where his boundary is. He's towed that.
Well, you said it beforehand. I was about to ask you, what stroke is that? Is that the reverse sweep? Doesn't matter as long as he's got the run. So Karim Jannat is on strike. He's played a lot of BPL. He has a lot of experience. Got a hat-trick, the first T20 international. And he certainly can hit a few off the middle. Now square leg falls back for Karim Jannat.
And how tricky if he goes full outside off stump now, because if he gets the length wrong, he'll disappear over mid-off. So by moving the man back to deep square leg, got to go back at the length here, surely. Sure, he can't go full. Oh, gee whiz. Well, if you're confident to nail your Yorkers, why not? But you've got to be spot on with that field. Said he's had a miserable night, but he's bowled a wide first ball, and then the next four have been absolutely perfect. You do not get better than that.
Right in the block ball. Kind of a bluff. But also making the batters think. Bangladesh, they price him highly, they rate him highly. So important for Bangladesh that Mustafizur is back in his groove.
Someone that bowls well at the back end is absolutely priceless. And out! It's been a brilliant over this from Mustafizur Rahman. What a comeback this has been.
And that's the beauty of this format. That's the beauty of the game. And they are duly rewarded with this wicket from Mustafizur. A very nice catch taken in the deep by Shamim Hussain Patwari. It was dying on him. It dipped in front of him, but he had it covered. And yes, at last, he is rewarded for bowling well. Azmadullah Umarzai, he departs for 25. Afghanistan lose their sixth at 109.
The Afghanistan captain, Rashid Khan, is on strike. Now, if there is someone that can hit the ball in areas where captains, they just cannot put fielders in the positions that Rashid Khan can find in an outfield. He's got one delivery of the 16th. A swing and a miss. That is a brilliant over from Mustafizur Rahman. 3 from it, 109 for 6. Lost early wickets, Afghanistan. Then Ibrahim and Nabi put on a bit of a partnership, and then the rain fell, and now they've had to try and work out what do they need in just the 10 overs since they've come back, because it's just a 17 over game. This is the final over, and it's Tuskin. Swing and a miss from Jannat. He's going to try and hit every single one of these out the ground.
This is the wicket of Karim, beg your pardon, Omarzai, Shamim Hussain, standing at deep third, taking that catch. Giving away only 3 runs of that previous over. Very well bowled, making a comeback. Tuskin's been given the last over. Shakib himself is not bowling this one. I just wonder if his play and a miss again, back-to-back dot balls, very well bowled. Just wonder if it's that mindset of going with the Pacers the last over, not bowling himself, not going for spin intentionally.
I think it's the first few overs of the match indicated that this was a wicket for the seamers. Shakib probably would have had some doubts after the over from Hassan Mahmood, but he has decided to throw it to Tuscan, and he's bowled from the end now where he was good early on. Has he got it? Has he got it? I don't think so. I don't think so. Taken. Shunto it long on. Bangladesh have 7.
It's the first 2 deliveries that set it up. Built pressure on Karim Janat, that he failed to take any run of the first 2 deliveries. The ploy is the same, back of a length. The bat moved in his hand, skied it. A lot of composure and focus from Nazmul Hussain Shanto standing at long on. Karim Janat departs for 20. Afghanistan 109 for 7.
Mujib, who's on strike. Love the new rule or new law that the new batter has to be on strike. That's smeared away. Rashid Khan will want the strike here, so they just amble through for a single. I do love the new law. I really do. You know, for many, many years since the beginning of cricket, is that if the batter's crossed, then the non-striker would have gone on strike, but I think it heavily penalises the side that has been bowling and has got the wicket. So now that the new man has to come in and take up strike, I think is good. Right, 2 deliveries remain. Bangladesh have been brilliant in their last 3 overs. Shakib went for just 6. Mustafizur Rahman went for 3. Tuscan's gone out the ground. That's enormous from Rashid Khan.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot from the captain. The Afghanistan captain. Tuscan again back of a length short, and he was up to the task, was Rashid Khan. Dragging it from outside the off stump and sending it straight to the stands.
We've seen 2 very different game plans from the Bangladesh seamers. We saw Mustafizur Rahman go wide Yorkers. We've seen Tuscan Ahmed go back of a length. The Yorkers were perfect. Tuscan has rather used the pace and bounce of the surface, and it's worked up until that delivery. Here's his final one, the final delivery of the Afghanistan innings. That'll be a wide, surely. Surely, no. Rashid Khan can't believe it. Tuscan ends with a dot ball, and Afghanistan's innings comes to a close. 116 for 7 after 17 overs. That's not what Bangladesh will chase. We will wait and see. We have reason to believe it'll be 119 according to the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method. Rashid Khan is furious. He believes that should have been a wide. But he'll have to compose himself, because his team will need him with ball in hand if they're going to defend us and try and level the series.
Just the 7 runs of the final over, the 17th over. Remember, play was interrupted by rain, and as we're having a 17-over match here at the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. It was brilliantly bowled by Tuscan Ahmed. The duo on the screen, Hasan Mahmood and Tuscan Ahmed, started off the proceedings magnificently with the ball in hand, and Mustafiz, what a comeback by him in his last over. This is the batting card. Early wickets as mentioned by Tuscan, Cotton Ball, Gurbaz, Zazai was dismissed by him also. Then a partnership between Ibrahim and Nabi, decent one, that was also, well, they were sent back to the hut by Shakib Mustafizur, and finally Omar Zai getting them to something respectable. There's the partnerships, 32 between Ibrahim and Nabi, and then that 42 of 31 between Omar Zai and Karim Janat has helped to their total of 116 for 7.
3 for 33, Tuscan. Mustafa Zur 2 for 30, but he bowled an impeccable penultimate over, going for just 3 runs. Shakib, well, do we expect anything different from the great all-rounder? 2 for 15 in 3. So in a rain-shortened game, according to the DLS method, Bangladesh will need 119 to win this series. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back, everyone. The second and final T20i between Bangladesh and Afghanistan. It's the Walton Bangladesh versus Afghanistan T20 Series 2023, powered by Ice Cream. As you all know, the revised playing condition here, 17 over per innings for each team. Revised target for Bangladesh is now 119. Power plays, the 1 to 5 overs, and each bowler, 2 of them can bowl 4 overs maximum. So this is a batting card for Afghanistan, initially losing out both the openers up front, courtesy of Taskin Ahmed. Ibrahim Zadran played well, but in the end it's Karim Janat's 20 and Omar Zai's 25.
Bangladesh, Taskin and Hassan Mahmood, they bowled beautifully at the very beginning. 3 wickets for Taskin, 3 for 33. 2 wickets apiece for Mustafizur and Shakib. They bowled very well. Good comeback from Mustafizur, and Nasum was very economical also. The wickets, Taskin, as mentioned earlier, got off to a beautiful start. First over, pitched it short, got the better of Gurbaz. It was pure pace and bounce from him. This one getting the better of Zazai again. It's too close to his body with pace and bounce. It was inside edge from Nabi Mustafizur. The top chances did not cost Bangladesh too much off Nabi. This one was skied, but a great catch taken in the deep by Afif. Shakib bowling the batter out, getting 2 wickets in the same over, the 11th over. This one outside edge, it was taken in the deep third by Shamim. It's a comeback over for Mustafizur. Taskin bowling the last over. This one was skied and well taken from Nazmul Hussain Shanto. It was very well bowled last over by Taskin yet again, and this is the target, 119 of the 17 overs for Bangladesh, courtesy of the DLS method. It's a rain-shortened night, a rain-shortened match here at the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. Afif Hussain Dhruva, who's back in the side, will be starting off the proceedings instead of Ronnie Talukdar, and he will be starting off along with the regular opener and the vice captain was Liton Dash. Afghanistan, they've lost the first T20 international, and I think, right after the rain, Mazhar, they were itching to get back into the middle. Strike rate of 131 over 1,600 runs. In the 73 matches he's played, 10 50s with a best of 83. Liton Dash certainly plays with some flair if he gets going.
Interesting move for Bangladesh. We've seen Afif Hussain coming in, opening the innings for Bangladesh, probably for the first time. Over 1,000 runs, strike rate of 120, averaging over 21, the best of 77. He's got a roll in his hand. It's going to be interesting how he goes about his business, opening the innings, because he will be up against Fazal Haq Farooqi. He's been phenomenal throughout the series. And look at that economy rate, 6.51. This is going to be a tricky chase for Bangladesh. As we mentioned, we have got a break of rain. There's a bit of delay as well. And then...
But nevertheless, look at that crowd. They've filled it to every corner of this Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. Full house here. The rain, well, they could not get them to go away. They're still here. Some perseverance, some passion for this game shown by this crowd here at Sylhet. Fazal Haq Farooqi to start off the proceedings. Liton Dash will be taking the strike.
Right away, getting that movement coming into the right-hander. We've seen quite a bit of bounce in the surface, ball coming in and surprising the batsman as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Need 119 runs, Bangladesh. This is how it has coursed out in terms of bounce, this pitch. More accentuated bounce, more exaggerated bounce in comparison to the first T20i. difference of 15 centimeters. Let me tell you, 15 centimeters is quite a lot when you're facing these deliveries in the middle, isn't it, Mazhar?
Definitely. It's a good toss to win for Bangladesh as well. And Fuller outside the off stump. Liton Das tried to chase that one.
You mentioned it was an important toss to win for Bangladesh. I think it 2 times in a row. It was pitch ball this time. Chasing it was Liton Das inside edge. Well, no harm done for any party. But yes, the reason the toss was important was not only that you know your target, but you are less interrupted, which was in the case of Afghanistan.
That was struck firmly. Farooqi had got a hand on it, but it will still reach the fence. It shows how powerfully struck that one.
It was hit straight, most importantly, and it was timed. Even though Fazl Haq Farooqi did get a hand, even then, it was far, far away from Rashid Khan, who was chasing behind it till the end. So the first boundary for Bangladesh, and they're off the mark, along with Liton Das. And the shot will give him a lot of confidence.
Gonna be interesting how the batters go about their business. They're chasing a target of 119. And shot pulled away. Back-to-back boundaries. Flying start for Liton Das.
And this is what it does. The previous delivery was a tad bit full. And was class from Liton Das to play straight back past the bowler. And he forces him to pitch it a little bit shorter. And he's onto it on a flash. Pretty much reading the mind of the bowler. Just transfers weight, swivels across, and there's no one there. Back-to-back boundaries.
That was nicely played, but good work there at point by the fielder. Just going back to the boundary of the previous ball there. Look at that bad leaf. How he gets that balance right. That was superb timing, Shaman.
Certainly was. And as if he knew this was coming. Already 8 of the first over. One more to go.
Just got the outside edge, but he'll get a single. 9 of the first over for Bangladesh. Afghanistan tour of Bangladesh 2023. It's been a fantastic. The visitors bounced back really well, winning the ODI series 2-1. And then the first T20i, Bangladesh won by 2 wickets. It was a dramatic game. And today, we're expecting another cracker of a contest. Wafadar Moman, the debutant, got the ball in his hand. 15 wickets in T20 career, 7.98 the economy, and the best of 2 for 19.
Also played 2 test matches for Afghanistan, a slip in position for him.
Greeted with a boundary in international cricket. Wafadar Moman was a cracking stroke by Liton Das with offer here and launched onto it.
It was short. Rocks back onto the back foot. Stand and deliver from Liton Das with the field restrictions in play. Yes, with the shortened game, the power play for Bangladesh is the first 5 overs. And with such players who play with flamboyance, you just need to see a few strokes and you know they are in the groove.
and swings it hard, goes past towards the fence. Back-to-back boundaries for Liton Dash. Bangladesh got a flying start.
And they erupt, chanting his name. Bit of luck on this occasion. It could have gone straight to the hands of the fielder and slipped outside edge, but he hit it hard, and that's what took it away. Ran away to the boundary again. Back-to-back boundaries from the bat of Liton. 4 boundaries already, and all of them coming from Liton Dash's bat.
Again, bowling too wide. Liton Dash just launched onto it. 3 boundaries in a row.
They put it right. It was class. It was classic from Liton Dash. Back of a length. It was close to his body. All he did was time it and place it. Stick to the basics and make it look so beautiful. Pose for the photographers in between the fielders in this picturesque stadium here at the Galle International Cricket Stadium. Again, now 3 boundaries, 12 runs already. Not only hot and humid, but Liton Dash is making Wafadar Mohammad feel the heat.
He will be under tremendous pressure, playing his first T20 international for Afghanistan. And moves towards the offside, gets a single. That's very sensitive from Liton Dash.
These are the 3 boundaries of this over. All of them on the offside. This was the outside edge, and after that, he pierced the gap between point and cover point. Scenic stadium here at Galle International. Beautiful, and chock-a-block. It's filled to every corner. Such is the support for Bangladesh here. Such a nice stadium to view, and also to enjoy a game, and also to commentate. Wouldn't you agree?
Definitely. So wide. Afif Hussain faced his first ball of the innings. Just going back to the crowd. They have been patient. They've waited when it was raining. They have been terrific. Noise all around. Players love playing in this ground.
Yeah. Electric atmosphere here. Now Afif is on strike. You mentioned it's a new role for him, opening the batting.
Again down the leg side. Wafadar is having a hard time. In the very first over of his international career, he's already conceded 15 runs.
Brief appeal from behind the stumps from Gurbaz. Signal wide though. Laugh between Liton Dash and Rashid Khan. Yes, down the leg again, back-to-back wides. He's certainly feeling the heat. Is Wafadar Mohammad. The partnership now rushed on to 24 of 12.
I'm not sure that's where he intended to play, but he was lucky there. Got the leading edge and falls in the no man's land.
Now this has moved on to be the most expensive over of the match so far. Karim Janat fielding at deep third. I just have a feeling might as well be a boundary of Afif's bat. Checking. Yeah, I think he's done a good job. He's done a good job in the deep. There are wet and humid conditions, not the easiest of things to do. Bowl and field after the rain. does have a good drainage system. It's a great job done by the support staff here at this stadium, but this is a good job, I feel, done by Karim Jonathan deep. Certainly saving a couple of runs. Yeah, just the two.
Flipped away on the onside, Afif Hussain. He will get a couple quite easily. End of an expensive over, 19 from it. Bangladesh 28 without loss. Type of start Bangladesh had hoped for. They're 28 without loss, and Liton Kumar Dash is on fire. And 22 of just 10 deliveries. Afif Hussain is on 4. And Mujibur Rahman with the new ball in his hand. Look at that economy rate. Starts off with the ball shading down the leg side and greeted with a boundary by Liton Dash.
Well, new bowler from the ice screen end, which is Mujibur Rahman, but treated the same by Liton Dash. He waited for it, played it very late, first went on to the front foot, then shifted back to the back foot, then used the pace of the bowler, good awareness of where the field is. Fine leg fielder inside the circle, he made sure it was away from him. So all the boundaries have come from Liton Dash's bat.
Been a top start for Afghanistan. That's the type of start they haven't hoped for. But Bangladesh would love it. Look at the crowd. They're enjoying it. And they're sensing yet another victory. Try to make some room there. But wide's given.
Still early days, to be honest. Bangladesh still need 86 of 88. Anything can happen. But it has been a good day for Bangladesh cricket, at least till now. Looking for a single denied. Bangladesh women in Mirpur, Dhaka have managed to beat India women for the first time ever in ODI cricket by 40 runs through DLS method. Maruf Akhtar, the young pacer, 4 for 29 for her. And she is a gem. She's a find. We've seen the same with the pacers here. Hassan Mahmood, Taskin Ahmed, and even Mustafizur making a comeback in the third over. Again looking for a single. Was sent back by Afif, and rightly so. So far, the boundary and a wide in this over.
Mujibur Rahman, with his experience, trying to calm things down for Afghanistan. There's 5 from it so far. And it will remain 5. End of the over. Bangladesh 33 without loss. Galle International Cricket Stadium is lit. Crowds having a ball here. They are enjoying every moment. Why not? They've enjoyed some very good cricket from both the sides. In a flying start for Bangladesh, 33 without loss. They're chasing 119. Afif Hussain opening the innings for the first time. He will face someone like Fazal Haq Farooqi, who will certainly test him. Worked away for a single.
A new role for Afif. 5 of 3. The first delivery he hit did not look very comfortable. What's good is that he's been given an opportunity, Afif Hussain. Farooqi angling it in towards the left-handed batter. Some bounce on offer for the Afghanistan bowlers also.
Couldn't connect it properly, but he will get a single there. Came big on him, hurried onto the right-hander.
Looking at his bat, it implies that he did not get it off the middle. Did not connect it properly from the sweet part, and luckily lands safe, not to find the fielders short on the onside for the right-handed lit on. Partnership now 35 of 23.
And quick single taken there. Been a very good start for Bangladesh. They're utilizing that power play. As you mentioned, they are now 36 in the 4th over. Just to remind our viewers, Eton came up with all guns blazing today, provided that solid start that Bangladesh had hoped for. That was a terrific stroke to start with, and then that pull. Got some shots outside the off stump. Was lucky a bit as well, but he rode on his luck, and that was pure class. Terrific start for Bangladesh and Eton. Looked really well. Again, trying to make some room. The intention is pretty clear, trying to use that power play.
Trying to make use of that field restrictions, but this is well bowled by Farooqi. He saw the batter making room for himself. Saw it early, the left-handed bowler, and pitched it outside the off and short, getting it to move away